everybody. My name is Teresa Bordón. I'm part of the Madrid team, the Spanish team, and I'm very honored to present some of my partners in this Comenius project. First of all, our colleagues from Scotland, Strathclyde University, will be talking about implementing TL4 in Scottish primary schools. Then our colleagues from Denmark would be presenting also talk on teaching literature in Danish schools. Then our colleague from Sweden will be also talking about implementing TL4 in third grade students, if I'm not correct. And then again, our Danish colleagues also will be talking about teaching in primary schools. Is that correct? Okay. So I'm not being talking any longer because you are here to listen to these people, not to me. But I welcome you all to these 4 talks. And you will be able to ask questions at the end of all the 4 presentations, because since we don't have much time, everybody will be talking like for 10 minutes. And at the end, you can ask questions. Okay? Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for inviting us to your lovely country. 3 reasons I love it. Everything's mañana, mañana. Second reason is the sunny weather. And the third reason is all your school children wear kilts. It's fantastic. Anyway, so thank you for that. As you can see in this photograph, this looks a bit difficult actually. I've never tried playing the bagpipes on top of a building before. However, it kind of reminded me of what this project was really about for us. Scotland, as you know, or maybe don't know, are introducing a new curriculum. And in that new curriculum, it says very clearly that every teacher is a teacher of literacy. However, nobody teaches the teachers to be teachers of literacy. So this project, the Read to Learn project, certainly filled that gap. So what I'm saying is the framework there that surrounds the man in the kilt is the Reading to Learn framework, and the guy in the kilt is the Scottish curriculum, and we feel very well supported now. So thank you. Why are we doing it? Why do we need to do it? What this graph shows you quite clearly is the correlation between deprivation and the average scores for our learners. No surprise if youngsters come from very poor backgrounds, their average score, attainment score, is very low. This is actually linked to our Scottish qualifications framework. So the higher you go means the more qualifications you get. So you can see quite clearly along the bottom there, this represents the poorer children only gaining very little. So as far as Reading to Learn goes, we thought this is a way in to try and deal with that. Cycle of disadvantage here. This actually shocked me, although it shouldn't, and it kind of ties in with what we heard yesterday. Some of our children who do not come from language-rich backgrounds, by the age of 5, they are behind 11 to 18 months already by the time they start school. So that's something that we really do need to try and address. The other thing that we're introducing in Scotland at the moment, I don't know if you've heard about it, we have a General Teaching Council which actually issues standards for trained teachers. Now, before it used to be you would train as a teacher, you would qualify, and that was it. You became a member of the General Teaching Council, you know, and everybody thought the standards were for newly qualified people. Not the case now. We've just issued these new standards. And one of the values, or some of the values of being a teacher, is that you have to have personal commitment to social justice and also embracing locally and globally the educational and social values of sustainability, equality and justice. And that's what the Reading to Learn project does. And that's why I'm so very keen as a local authority representative to actually carry this on and roll it out. So I'm going to pass you over to Sue Ellis now, and you all know Sue. Sue is actually going to talk about what it was like in one of our schools in Inverclyde, or a couple of schools, I think, and then Sam. Okay?
Hello. My job in this presentation is really to talk you through the way that some of the primary teachers began this initiative. I think when you're a teacher, it's very easy to go to an in-service or professional development and you get a lot of information and you walk out of that door and you think, yes, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do this. And within 2 weeks, it's fizzled down. And so we encouraged our teachers to begin in quite a focused way. We encouraged them to pick one thing and develop a bit of mastery in that particular aspect before they moved on to a lot of other aspects, so that the teachers felt powerful and felt able to actually change. So in our primary schools, for example, quite a few of the teachers began with fiction, and they got really solid on that. They looked at fiction in Scots language. So, for example, we have a lot of Scots translations of Roald Dahl novels. The Twits translates into Scots language as the Egypts. Is that how you say it, Sam? Here's a Scottish pronunciation.
Egypt.
So, I can't say. I've just got the wrong accent. It doesn't look right. But so we encourage them to use it in fiction, but to use it in lots of different things. In Scots language fiction, in Scottish versions of novel studies, where you would take one novel and you would do a lot of activities around that. In series fiction, taking series like Alan Alberg's Happy Families series and doing it in a whole sequence of events. From that, we could move quite easily into biography and into non-fiction. So, for example, one of our teachers teaching 11-year-olds at Christmas time went from looking at Charles Dickens' A Christmas Carol to a biography of Charles Dickens and then into life in Victorian times. So you could move. She used that as a springboard to actually move into areas of non-fiction. We encouraged them to take control of non-fiction in curricular topics like science or history before they looked at integrated curricular topics. A very, very strong selling point for all our teachers was the idea of showing teachers how to combine their literacy teaching with content knowledge teaching. For both primary and secondary, that was true. We interviewed our teachers all the way through and generated a lot of implementation knowledge about what makes change effective, how you get effective change. We found that if you were doing fiction, it was often very helpful to give children opportunity to make an emotional reaction to the text before you moved into the genre pedagogy. Sometimes teachers could be so fixed on what they had to do that they forgot to allow space for the children. We found that there were issues about getting less confident children to write in front of the class. They want to do it, but they're frightened. And teachers had to be very careful about things like spelling and the sort of feedback they gave on spelling and when and how they gave it, particularly to those children. Teachers found it a fantastic opportunity to explain things like punctuation in the context of reading and reading comprehension. We found it was really important to explain to our children what words like text meant. The teachers had become so used to using those sorts of words that they'd forgotten that that's what happened, that they needed to explain it. And teachers, and we also found that teachers could actually use it quite flexibly and actually use it so that in ways that felt comfortable with the class, so they weren't always following a script. Once the teachers got their head around the methodology, once they understood the pedagogy, they found it very, very much better they wanted to do it on their own. They didn't want someone there watching them, helping them all the time. They wanted to take it and fly with it. We used it in a whole range of non-fiction contexts. And these are just the ones from the primary schools. It was really, really good for things like sexual health, looking at documents around that, when a part of that teaching is actually helping children link technical terms with the common words that they'd hear on the street, if you like. Sam is one of the most fantastic teachers I've ever seen, really. He works in a school where you just want to pick up the kids and hug them because they have such hard lives. But Sam is going to tell you about what it's like for him, what he thought his kids gained from it.
Okay. Hello. I work in this primary school in Glasgow, and it's a poor area of Glasgow, and of course Glasgow's one of the poorer cities in Europe. What I found that with the children, particularly in my class, a lot of them were underachieving and had very little access to sort of quality language. And because they were struggling with literacy and reading, they would then get condemned to these sort of low-level texts. And so they were never getting any good language, not a lot of access to good language. So I was quite interested in what was happening in this thing in Australia. And what I found out was that it raised their awareness of what they could get from a text. And then by breaking it down, the pupils got into the habit of looking for more detail within a text. So it's not only looking at the text in detail, but finding more detail from a text. And it often led to conversations within the classroom, which then helped to develop their own sort of spoken language as well. It went on and improved how they wrote. You weren't asking for them to write a lot, so they realised they only had to write a short sentence, but that it had to make sense. And quite often, prior to this, the sentence didn't make sense. So it was good it improved their sentence structure, I thought. And they got into sort of the routine of the lessons, and would almost see it as like a game, and they'd be trying to guess which word I was going to go on to next. So they'd be reading ahead and thinking about what the next word would be and what words I was going to say instead of that word. So it sort of got them reading ahead and thinking a lot more about texts, I thought, as well. I like the way it was inclusive, so that everybody in the class was involved. And everybody could feel part of the same lesson, and it meant that I felt that this improved their vocabulary over a lot of children, because they were coming across words which we looked at in depth that they wouldn't ordinarily have come across, you know. So, and from that, I think they had increased confidence when looking at text, whereas before, say in maths, you'd get a written problem, and they'd just say, "Can't do it." And they wouldn't bother reading it, whereas then they had the time now and they realised it was only a short text and they could break it down and had more confidence to be able to tackle those sort of texts in maths. There were some downsides, however. I felt like I realised quite early on that 20 minutes was long enough, and after anything longer than 20 minutes, they were sort of away with the fairies, as we'd say in Scotland. And in that way you had to choose your text carefully, and quite often that meant having to find your own text, or finding your own text and then writing it in your own words, so that they got exactly what you wanted. There's a bit of a curriculum squeeze as well. There's a lot of other things going on. And I know I didn't tell anyone, but I sort of left out the writing stuff I was supposed to be doing and replaced it with this genre pedagogy stuff. And there's a bit of an initiative overload as well. That's one of the things, that there's all these different things happening all the time in primary. But so I thought the positives outweighed the negatives anyway. Yeah.
And I think what we'll continue doing in Scotland is we will continue letting this approach fight its corner in the curriculum against all that massive other initiatives, because it can make a real difference to children's lives if they learn to read properly. And that's the message from Scotland.
Thank you very much. Hello.
Is there any... I have to stand here and change the slides? Or is there a... Oh, it's okay. No, well, never mind. Yeah, it's fine. I was just stopped looking for it if it was here. Oh, here it is, maybe. Yes. Well, I'm going to present a unit of work from the Danish group, and I'm not going to say much about the overall results of the Danish group. We have a poster outside. We'll be happy to answer some questions about that later on. And if you're more interested in the overall results, we also hope you will read and find the report afterwards. This afternoon you will hear about 2 specific units of work, one that took place in Aarhus, the second largest city of Denmark, and later on my colleague will be presenting work on English as a foreign language in the Danish classroom. The work I'm going to talk about is something I did with one of the teachers that I trained, Charlotte, who is sitting in the audience. And even though I'm doing the presentation, the work is very much something that happened something that we did together. So I'm to blame for all the flaws, but Charlotte actually did most of the teaching and the data collection for this. I guess you're all more or less familiar with what Reading to Learn is all about. And our work in the Danish group has been to localize Reading to Learn in a Danish context. And that has been really, really hard work for a number of reasons. Because Reading to Learn is underpinned by Lev Vygotsky's views of learning. And the Danish school is very much underpinned by a Piagetian view of learning. Recently, a number of studies have shown that Danish teachers are very, very good at organizing activities that supposedly lead to learning, but they're not very good at actually planning and evaluating and assessing learning. We are also, if you look in the Danish curriculum, I think it's fair to say that broadly speaking, we are founded on a Chomskyan view of language. Hence, learning through language is seen as something very different than learning about language. So this has been some of the biggest challenges to working with Reading to Learn in Danish classrooms. However, I'm going to talk mostly about the last dot here, how to integrate the notion and the theory about text and genres in Danish literature classrooms. Because after Charlotte had done a couple of teacher training sessions with me, she was going to do her own lesson plans. And she wrote me an email saying, I can't really work with this text I've selected. It doesn't fit the structure. I can find the orientation, I can find the complication, I can find the evaluation and the solutions, but it's not really satisfactory. Where do I put the intertextuality, and where do I put the open spaces, and what do I do with that in my analysis? So I thought, maybe we can work with this. Maybe we can try and integrate these very different views of texts in literature pedagogy. Because some of the most read books in Danish schools are actually books that have been described like this. They're described as late modern literature, hence they are characterized by being very complex and not structurally complex. There's a lot of ambiguity in them. There is an absence of an authoritative narrative voice. Some scholars have called them modern realism, and many of them actually have invented new and hybrid genres. And in the Danish literature pedagogy, we actually find that these complex, ambiguous texts are very much read. And if you look in the Danish curriculum, it's actually very informed by new literary criticism. Danish teachers are expected to know and to choose between various ways of analyzing literary texts, to teach at least the older students various approaches to analyzing texts, and to teach the meta-language accordingly. So, how do we, can Reading to Learn learn from this, and can Reading to Learn give something to this literary pedagogy that we already have? And of course, you can imagine the answer was yes. So we took one of these books. We took a book written by this author, Louis Jensen, who is very loved in Danish classrooms. And his book is called 100 Square Stories. And this is what it looks like. He's written several hundred stories like this. They're all square, so they're printed like this. When we presented it to our year 4 and year 5 kids, they said, what a waste of paper. And they're all like this. He wants to write 1,002 square stories, and so far he's written several hundreds of them. And they're very much read and used in Danish literature classrooms because they're very rich, and there are many, many different ways of approaching the ways of teaching these stories. And just to give you an idea about what these stories can look like, here's one. Once there was a jolly baker who made a special kind of cakes. Imagine they were able to walk to the place where they were going to be eaten. I did the translation. They're not translated into English. Oh my goodness, 5 minutes left. Then the baker told them to go to West Street number 14. And when they walked in a long line to West Street, and then they sang all the way and rang the bell. And when the woman in the house opened the door, then they said that they came from the happy baker in order to be eaten with the afternoon coffee. So that's one. Another one could be like this. And 96th time there was a wheelbarrow. Its favorite thing to do was to roll off with some soil or some branches or some rocks or some grass or an old pole or a dog in a cage or a bunch of rhubarb or some sand and some tiles which needed to be moved, or some cardboard and some tar, or a curtain which was to be thrown out, or an old mattress that was going to be burned. So just a short analysis of these texts is that form and content are very contradictory. So the form is very, very restricting. However, inside everything can go on. Inside the story, anything can take place. There are a lot of intertextual references. 1,002 stories obviously refer to 1,001 story and so on. They are very hybrid. Is it prose or is it actually poetry that we're reading? And in most of the stories, there is either an unclear narrative structure or no narrative structure at all. So, we plan a unit of study with, I think, 5 or 6 of these studies, and we planned it according to the Reading to Learn strategy. And what we actually did was we tried to fit in these new ways of analyzing literature into the detailed reading. So instead of unfolding the structure, we tried to show the students how these stories actually play with the structure, how they deconstruct narrative structure. Sometimes there's a problem, but sometimes there's a story that seems to have a problem, but in reality there is no problem. Some of the stories have a lot of then, but if you look at what he actually writes, there is no narrative structure within it. And for instance, this story, we showed the student how this little word, new, is very important, because it says that the potato got a new haircut. That implies that the potato already had a haircut and just got a new one. We also drew their attention to the end, because actually here a new story starts, a new problem, a new complication. But how is it solved? We practiced this with the students according to the Reading to Learn pedagogy. We did the joint reconstruction of it, and then we had them write by themselves afterwards. First, they actually had a go before we did a joint reconstruction, and almost all of them just did a classic narrative structure. So we restricted it, we did the joint reconstruction to show them exactly how we wanted them to work with these square stories. And what they actually wrote in the end was very, very impressive. Here's one boy who wrote this is actually a girl, sorry. A third time there was a book commercial. The commercial thought that it was a very good commercial, but when it was over, the other commercial teased it for being boring because it was about a book. A seventh time there was a building site, and this boy picked up something that we taught them in the joint reconstruction. We said, well, this guy, he takes places, things that are normally places in stories, and he turns them into characters in stories instead, and he picked up on this. A seventh time there was a building site who bought a crane, and during the break it lifted itself because it was tired of being built upon. And when the break was over, the building site was gone. And here he also picked up on the fact that a new story now can begin, because what do the workers think when they go back to the building site? And this is my favorite. a 10th time there was a valley who bought a rather big air balloon. Again, the place is the character. And when the wind started to blow, the entire valley flew away because it was tired of being overlooked between the mountains. I mean, there's a lot of double meaning in his choice of words here, even in the Danish as well as in the English version of it. And when we compared it to these classic reader response pedagogies, that because we looked at how are these stories taught traditionally, because we took out all of the painting, all of the enacting, because that was teachers would usually do with these texts, we can see that by doing the detailed reading and the joint reconstruction, we can make these kids much better at analyzing literature by using these strategies. I have to stop now. That was it.
Yeah? Yeah, that's okay. Hi, my name... Oh, it was very loud. My name is Jessica, and I work at Alviksskolan in Stockholm, Sweden. I have been working as a teacher for about 4 years, and I have a degree from Stockholm University, where I studied to be a teacher. So, why am I here? Well, at our school we have different development groups and projects which aim to improve the results and make sure that every teacher knows that what they're doing is proved by different studies to be an effective way of teaching. And I'm here thanks to Ingeborg. Do you want to present yourself, maybe? Yeah.
I work at the same school as Jessica, and I'm a principal, but in my work I have 50% of teaching and 50% of leadership.
Yes. And you're a participant of the Comenius project as well, yeah. And I was part of one development group, and I wanted to improve my education skills. And I worked last year with Ingeborg and 4 other teachers, and Ingeborg taught us about reading to learn. And together we planned lessons and supported each other. So why did we think that we needed this development group at our school? Well, during a lot of years in Sweden, pupils in the classrooms has been left alone with their goals and with their books. And according to PEARLS, the PEARLS report, you know, the individual work in school has increased. And the approach in the classroom don't benefit the children. And the latest PEARLS report is showing us that children in Sweden, their ability to read is just getting worse, especially to read and understand factual texts. So the PEARLS report is also telling us that it's important that children get a chance to improve and to work and develop advanced process of reading than they do today. So how did I teach before I started to work with Reading to Learn? Well, before I focused a lot on learning, on teaching children how to read. And then we worked with writing. And then in parallel with that, we worked with spelling. And the children with Swedish as an additional language had difficulties to be in the classroom and had to go out from the classroom to get some special help. And in my work, mostly the children was left alone in their work, in their writing and reading. So when I was introduced to the project, I had a lot of thoughts. I was genuinely interested in trying something new. And the reason was because I felt something. So the difference by now and then is that I feel that now I work with the whole language together. And I work together with the pupils in the classroom. I don't leave them alone in their work. And I see that children have reached a bigger ability to understand, that they learn a lot when they read, and they have tools to succeed because they get a greater pre-understanding, and they get models to how to write different texts now. So this is the results from 2 10-year-old low-achieving pupils in my class. Before we started to work with Reading to Learn, they got to write a fiction, a narrative text, and a factual text. And you can see the blue one is the is before, and the red one is after. And as you see, these pupils improved their way of writing and reading after working with Reading to Learn. Yeah. So, effects in my work. Well, now the children is in school to success. The children themselves saw their improvements and thinks that writing and the reading is a lot easier now and a lot funnier too. I held a Reading to Learn lesson at a parent meeting, and after the parent meeting, the parents expressed that they now feel it's much easier to write and read with their child at home, so they can help them because they know how and which questions they can talk about when they're at home. I also started to spread Reading to Learn among my colleagues. They do not see Reading to Learn as further a project to work with, but as an approach to how they can work in different topics. So they are very interested to know more and learn about Reading to Learn, and we're going to continue this work during this year at Alviksskolan. Yes. And as the previous picture shown us, we now have greater results because the children improve their ability to read and to write.
You also saw that at the national test.
Yeah. Exactly, yes. And pearls, well, according to me, this is just what Reading to Learn is just what the Pearls report is showing us. Is what the Pearls report is showing, that Sweden and Sweden's pupils needs to improve. Reading to Learn helps children to develop more advanced process of reading and also writing. So, thank you. Thank you. And thank you for your attention.
Hello. Well, we're going to talk through how we have worked with teaching English as a foreign language in a Danish classroom. I'm Suzanne. I've been part of this Comenius project, and Anna.
Yeah, my name is Anna, and this is my second year out as a teacher. The first one, I actually did this a few times, 2 different units, and that is what I'm going to tell you about when Suzanne is finishing her part of the presentation. And
the outline is that we will just give you a brief introduction of what teaching English as a foreign language is in Denmark. then we'll just let you in on some of the general assumptions about how English or a foreign language is learned. Anna will let you in on the details of what she did, and then we'll be rounding off in 10 minutes' time. Right. In Denmark, I'll just leave this. Children learn English at the age of 9. Until this coming August, they'll start at the age of 7. But so far, they've started learning English at the age of 9, which is their 4th year of going to school. They have between 2 and 3 lessons a week on average, and there's a very intensive focus on oral language and a communicative approach to foreign language learning. So writing has not been a predominant feature within teaching English as a foreign language in Denmark. However, a couple of years ago, there was a written exam which was introduced, which encouraged teachers to work with writing as well. So, in Denmark, we think, leaning on researchers of foreign language acquisition, that it takes a lot of rich and varied input to be able to learn a language. You've got to be exposed to this language, you've got to listen to it, you've got to read it, you've got to involve yourself in it, you've got to interact, you've got to be put in a situation where you get to negotiate for meaning. And you're also going to be put in a situation where you have some pushed output, because if you don't speak, you will never realize what you cannot produce, as it were. So we need a lot of hypothesis testing, hypothesis formation to be going on when we design classroom activities. Which is why authentic material becomes crucial. If we teach by easy readers or by simplified language, we don't get the rich and varied input, and we leave out all the cultural references that become crucial, because language is not just language. Language is also something which is embedded in culture, and intercultural competence is also very crucial within foreign language teaching. So we have a problem, because when we have a child starting learning a language at 9, his cognitive skills will be so much higher than his linguistic skills. So there's a gap between the text that we would like to work with and the linguistic ability of the learners, which is why we need scaffolding. Reading to Learn could be an answer to that.
Thank you. Well, I'm going to go through shortly how I did this. I did 2 different units. The first one, and you have to be aware that these learners are in year 5, their 3rd year of learning English. And the classroom language is, of course, just like now, English. I adjust my language just a little bit because of the learners, the abilities to listen and, of course, their English abilities, but still. The first one was about chocolate. I took a text from teaching material for year 8, and I told them, now we're going to read something about chocolate. And they said, oh, that's a difficult text. I said, yeah, it is. It's what we do in year 8, but now I'm going to teach you how we're going to do it this lesson. And they were, yeah. The second time, I used Mr. Fox, the place in the story where he's going to look for food for his family. So he's going to go out of his hole. All the movement in that part of the story I used to build the learner's own story. So, yeah. First of all, the chocolate part. This is how we focused on the keywords. We identified the keywords. They were rounding it, or circling it, or underlining it, and they all wrote down the keywords on their paper. And I also did it on the board. Before doing all this, of course, I just showed them pictures of chocolate, and they were, oh, we all know what chocolate is. Good. Then we're just going to move along then. And this is a piece of one of the learners' individual rewriting. And it's quite long. It's quite good. It's actually very close to the part we did in the joint construction. And in the Roald Dahl part, this is my manuscripts, and then I just showed them, this is a picture of, and then they all said, en rev in Danish, a fox, yes, a fox, and that was it. I didn't have to open up the field, because they all know what a fox is, and some of them actually had seen the movie, so no problem about this story. And I have identified all the everywhere in the story where there was some kind of movement, and also a bit of content words. So this is a little bit my own recipe of doing it, but still, it's very close to the original manuscript. Yeah. And in the joint rewriting on the board, I told the learners to, instead of Mr. Fox, can you please choose your own animal? And in groups, they said, oh, we would like Mr. Bird, Mr. Dog, and then they said, okay. One of them said, I want Mr. Mouse, and then all of them said, okay, it's okay with Mr. Mouse. So it was a class process. So instead of that Mr. Fox, he crept up from his hole, it was Mr. Mouse that crept up from his shoe. That was very good. Next one. So this is a result of the weak learner, one of the weakest learner. She was going to do some kind of a summary before all this started. And as you can see, very short sentences. They're actually not, it's in paragraphs, but it's not a text. It's just bullet points. And this is her own, Mrs. Worm, crept up from her hole in the ground. She poked her head up from the ground. She moved an inch or two forward, really carefully about. She inched forward a little more, and so on. So now you can see the difference between those two texts very easily. Yeah?
Right, what's in it for us then? We can say that the gap between the learner's cognitive level and the linguistic level is reduced, and we have the possibility of getting written varied input as a real participant in the classroom. The fact that we have joint rewriting and joint construction is facilitating the interaction and the hypothesis formation in the classroom. And we also see that weak learners get to produce greater quantities of output. So that fits very well with the ideas that we had about how a language is learned. We also get ready-to-use chunks of language, which is what enhances fluency also when writing. That we have these islands of comfortable places where you can be, or you can jump from one to the next. And then we see that language learners become risk takers, that they dare saying things that they would maybe not have done had they not worked in a more supported or scaffolded environment prior to that. And it's quite nice for foreign language teaching that we can work with whole text instead of drilling grammatical structures. So we still have a challenge in Denmark as well as anywhere else. But we have equipment to face this challenge by a genre pedagogy or a genre-based pedagogy. And just to let you in on the new things going on in Denmark, we have the new Nordic School, which is new thoughts about how we're going to innovate the Danish school system. And one of the things, or two of the things that I would like to highlight in this is that we need to get the respect for the profession of the teachers back, and we want to provide learners from poor social backgrounds with the possibility to have success. So this is a win-win, we think. Thank you.
Just a question about the square texts. I mean, over the decades, the genre pedagogy is regularly criticized. It's suggested that it will destroy students' creativity. To my knowledge, no one ever demonstrates that it destroys creativity, but they always scaremonger in those terms. Those texts that you produced, I was wondering how they're valued by your peers. Are they valued as creative, or are they not valued as creative because you showed them how to be creative?
Well, Mary should answer that question, but I could say while she's struggling her way up to here that we've had in-service teachers saying that they don't get to be creative, or they don't get to have spontaneous creativity. The thing is that when we have spontaneous creativity in the classroom, we see children hanging in the curtains. So to be creative, you need to be shown the form.
Yeah. Well, as I said very briefly, we actually let them have a go of writing square stories before we did the joint rewriting of it. And the weaker students, they couldn't do it. They fell back into a classic narrative structure, and they couldn't, reproduce this language. We told them they could only use 77 words, and they used many more words than that. And they should use every word needed to be very, very important in their stories, like the word new. That little word that a potato got a new haircut is very important. It makes you imagine a potato with a new haircut, and they needed to do that, and they couldn't do it before we showed them. We haven't showed them to other teachers yet. I think they're very, very creative, these stories, and I don't think you can really tell the difference between Louis Jensen's stories and then these 11-year-olds' stories. They're that good, some of them, I think. We did that in 90 minutes. So, and we looked at some of the other ways of working with Louis Jensen's stories, because all teachers work with him. And it takes a long time to do a painting or to dramatize one of these stories. And I think this is much more effectful, and you get to the creativity much faster and in a much more focused way. So we haven't showed them yet, but I'm pretty sure that they will see the literary quality in the stories that these children wrote.
I would like to ask a question myself. I've been teaching also Spanish as a second language, and you were saying people were interacting when you were they interacting in English? I mean,
yeah, they were.
Okay,
they were on the level that they can, of course. And I just tell them that they should be risk takers and maybe play a little role when they speak. So it's okay to speak Danish or English with a very Danish accent if they feel like it's a comfort zone. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I really enjoyed your presentation. I would like to ask you about the effect on the pupils' self-esteem. Did you notice any difference in the... This is not a setup, by the way. I genuinely am asking this question, although I can see you're quite pleased about that. Thank you.
Yeah, they were very happy, because in the beginning they said we cannot read a text from year 8, and after the first unit they said, I'm going to go home to my parents now and tell them that I can read my, my brother's book. He was a year 8, of course. And the second one, after the second unit, they said, oh, we can speak English in the classroom. So, is that enough? Good.
How many students have you got in the class?
20. That one was 20.
How many students do you have in your class?
That's why I made students.
Any more questions? Okay, so thank you very much to everybody, people who presented.
Wonderful, yes, okay. So, I don't think David Rose needs any introduction. I think everybody knows his work. I think we're here because of his work and Jim's work and all this democratizing education. So, we loved your title. We know we're going to enjoy your talk. So I don't think there's anything else to say, really. So thank you very much for coming. We know it's a huge effort. So we're really delighted that you're in Madrid. Thank you, David.
Oh, thank you, Rachel. Look, really, it was worth coming just for this afternoon's presentations from the teachers. It was so moving. And, yeah? Okay, it was... All right, so it was worth coming just for this afternoon's presentations, which were so moving. I wish we could just see more of those presentations and I just would sit in the audience. But I guess you've got to put up with me for the next little while. It's an enormous privilege, actually, and a pleasure to be able to come here. It's an enormous privilege, actually, to be part of this, to be able to play a role in your project, which I think is immensely important. And it's just going to open doors. Obviously, it's opening doors beyond what we've just done in Comenius. So I'm really grateful to everybody here. Okay, so let me see why democratising education is possible. We're getting a little bit of feedback here. Let me see. I actually, before I even go on, have to thank a couple of other people. Obviously, one of the people I really need to thank is Claire Acevedo, who has been pushing me over the last decade to develop this program more and more and make it more and more responsive to the needs of teachers and more and more useful. And of course, Jim Martin. Without Jim Martin's enormous body of knowledge he's produced about language, none of this would be possible. So those are really essential. Now, Jim is actually going to do another talk tomorrow, and his talk and mine are in a sense complementary. He's going to focus on the kinds of knowledge that we accumulate in school education, and mine's focusing on more on the pedagogic context and the processes of learning. But the overarching purpose of both and of the Tel4L project is about democratising education. In other words, reducing the gap between the most and least successful students in schools by giving all students the resources they need to succeed, as we've just been seeing in those fantastic presentations. So if we're serious about this goal, we need a global picture of what we're up against. That's the kind of global model that Basil Bernstein gives us. He identifies three levels to the education field: the upper levels of academia where knowledge is produced, the middle level where academic knowledge is recontextualised as school curriculum, and the level of the classroom where it's recontextualised knowledge is reproduced. But the direction of recontextualisation is always one way. Classroom teachers don't generally tell academic theorists what constitutes legitimate knowledge, or if they do, they're rarely listened to. So the right-hand diagram reconstrues this hierarchy in terms of education theories produced in the academy. The recontextualising level consists of two separate fields: the teacher education faculties in the universities and the state education departments. And these groups are often in conflict about what constitutes legitimate knowledge and pedagogy. Education faculties control pre-service teacher training, but state departments control school syllabi and assessments. Now, despite the fact that both education faculties and school education departments, state departments, are primarily staffed by people who used to be classroom teachers, there's usually very strong insulation between this level and classroom teachers, which is what the dotted line is supposed to represent. But once we've escaped the classroom, the gaze of recontextualisations is usually upwards towards the gurus who produce theories, or towards the managers who determine state policy, right? But in my experience around the world, classroom teachers have very little influence on the positions and decisions of those higher in the hierarchy. And this is one reason why your project is so valuable, because you're actually turning that on its head and putting academics together with classroom teachers and moulding a new way of practice together. It's a very powerful model. So Bernstein actually compares this hierarchy with the religious hierarchy, the medieval religious hierarchy that it actually evolved from. So at the top level you have your priests, then you have your priests, so your prophets and then your priests and then your laity. So it has a very old history, so because it's so deeply embedded in European culture, it's very difficult to change. And the Comenius project, I think, is taking a great stride towards that. All right. The next level I want to talk about is hierarchies in classrooms. One of the consequences of having this strong insulation between what is the focus in teacher education and what's happening in classrooms is that teachers are not given enough tools to be able to deal with this fundamental problem that all teachers all over the world deal with, which is the so-called ability hierarchy in the classroom. And one of the most obvious manifestations of this is the degree of engagement of students in the conversation in the classroom. So in all of our teacher training we make a point of asking teachers, first of all, how do you interact with your class? And of course, we interact by asking questions. So how many of your students consistently respond to your questions in the classroom? And everybody, overwhelmingly, it's 2 or 3, sometimes 4 or 5. So we know that those students are benefiting from the conversation, they're benefiting from the drops of knowledge that the teacher is giving, from the success and the affirmation they're getting from the teacher. We hope that the others, the middle group, is benefiting passively from the conversation we're having with the others, but we also know that there's another group that's excluded, that's on the outside of the conversation, who's not doing well. And to us, this is the fundamental problem in education. We can bang on about language and literacy and teaching methodologies, but unless we're going to deal with this fundamental problem of the ability gap in the classroom, then we're not going to see any progress in education outcomes. That's the fundamental problem. Okay. Now, to me, all education theories are actually what underlying all education theories is this problem, and they approach it in different ways. And again, we can go to Basil Bernstein to tell us how to look at this. So he distinguishes 4 theoretical positions in education and distinguishes them along 2 dimensions. The vertical dimension, you can see, is a focus on change, either change within the individual, psychological change, cognitive change, or change in relations between groups in social change. In the horizontal dimension, he makes a distinction between pedagogies that are focused on transmission of knowledge by the teacher or focused on the acquisition by learners. So 2 dimensions in which we can interpret theoretical positions in education. Now, he makes a distinction between pedagogies where the sequencing of knowledge, the criteria for assessment are made explicit. He calls these visible pedagogies. All the students are aware of what the assessment criteria are going to be, the steps that they're going to take to get there, so he calls them visible pedagogies. And traditional teaching falls into that quadrant along with behaviourist theories. The political position of those kinds of pedagogies tends to be conservative, so they're supported by conservative elements in the society. On the other hand, there are pedagogies where the sequencing and the criteria of assessment are not made explicit to the learner, and he calls these invisible pedagogies. Progressivist pedagogies, which are now known generally as constructivism, set up in opposition to traditional visible pedagogies. They see the kind of authoritarian transmission of knowledge as constraining children's creativity. So their approach to the problem of the ability hierarchy is to put children in different groups, and children in each group are valued for what they can achieve at their level. But the outcomes at the end of primary school are exactly the same. Every primary school teacher knows that the children are going to be in the same ability groups at the end of primary school as they were at the beginning, and the consequences when they get to high school are going to be exactly the same. So traditional approach to ability differences in the high school is to divide children into different classes and give them different criteria, different curricula. That's often known as tracking or streaming. So it doesn't matter if the primary school pedagogy was traditional or progressive, the outcomes are exactly the same. Children are going to be streamed into different classes according to their ability levels. Third position is critical pedagogic theories, and they're generally radically opposed to transmission of knowledge, which they see as hegemonic. They tend to have... Oh, I should have mentioned that obviously you know progressive constructivist theories now dominate teacher education in the Western world, to my knowledge, and increasingly in the developing world. Critical theories are more marginal in schools, but they have a considerable influence in education theorising. Again, they're focused on acquisition, on the learner as the focus of the pedagogy, emergent ideological stances of the learner, whereas but they're focused on change between groups rather than the cognitive changes in the individual. The fourth position is taken up by social psychological theories, of which genre pedagogy is the prime example. And here we're interested in how we mentor children into new knowledge. That's the focus of the pedagogy. But where obviously our goal is changing relations between groups, in other words, democracy. We want to build more democratic classrooms and ultimately more democratic societies. So, 4 different positions. And if we have them set out like this, we can make some sort of choices about what part of the pendulum we want to be on between the conservative or the liberal or the radical. Or genre pedagogy is, Jim Martin's characterised as subversive. So it's not explicitly radical. It's not been, as critical theories are marginalised because they're explicitly radical. We want to change society, but we're very careful about how we're going about it. Subversive. All right. Next hierarchy. Both a straightforward way of looking at learning is acquisition of skills over time. So the 2 left-hand dots in this diagram represent students with higher and lower skills levels at the start of a school year. Both traditional and progressive constructivist pedagogies design learning sequences by giving students different learning tasks just above their instructional levels. Then they're assessed and they're given tasks just above the next level, the level they've reached, and they're assessed again and so on. But as all teachers know, by the end of the school year, the gap between the most and least able students is going to be the same. So teachers' intuitions about the ineffectiveness of teaching at instructional levels is borne out by, or is massively supported by the research data. John Hattie's meta-analysis. So John Hattie's work is very important. If you're interested in educational statistics, Hattie's done a meta-analysis of 800 meta-analyses. So he's incorporating thousands of research papers, research studies in education. It's a very powerful piece of work. Hattie measures the outcomes in terms of effect sizes and found that minimum effect size of 0.4 was the minimum required for standard learning growth. He found that ability grouping in primary school produced less than half of that effect size, as you can see. That individualised instruction was even less effective. So that's very important considering what we heard about the PISA statistics yesterday. So it should put a bit of a dampener on that idea that individualised instruction is so useful. And tracking students into different classes in the high school was just as bad for all students. In Hattie's comment at the end is, no one profits. So we can look at this across the school. The strategy of learning at instructional levels works for successful students because they're prepared by the preceding stage of schooling. The schooling sequence for these children starts before school in parent-child reading in the home, as our colleague mentioned yesterday at the end of her talk. And that functions to engage children both in reading and in the talk around text that middle-class parents do with their children, which is what it prepares them for active participation in classroom learning and for becoming independent readers in the junior primary years. These children are evaluated as high-ability learners, while children without this preparation are evaluated by junior primary teachers as low ability. So junior primary teachers are very heavily trained to continually assess their students in terms of their learning abilities and rank them. That's a major part of junior primary teaching, is continually ranking children on these ability hierarchies. So independent reading prepares successful children for starting to learn from reading in the upper primary, while children who are not yet reading independently struggle to learn from reading and continue to be evaluated as low ability in the primary school. Success in the upper primary prepares children for independent learning of academic genres in the secondary school, while children who cannot yet learn from reading attract into low ability classes. Independent learning in the secondary school prepares successful students for academic study when they matriculate for university, while other students attract into vocational courses, manual labour or unemployment. So overwhelming, I think your 25% unemployed in Spain would have been in that group. So the system is driven by the economic hierarchy of industrial societies. It was deliberately designed over a century ago to produce these stratified outcomes, and has continued to do so despite massive changes in schools and teacher education. Each stratum in the hierarchy refuses to take responsibility for the inequalities. Universities blame schools, secondary teachers blame primary school teachers, upper primary teachers blame the junior primary teachers, and the junior primary teachers blame the parents and the home culture. So if we're serious about democratising education, it's essential that all strata in the schooling sequence take responsibility for overcoming inequality. Some key elements we need to take responsibility are to teach all students at the same level, appropriate for their year level and in the school, to engage all students equally in classroom learning instead of just the most successful few, to thoroughly understand the structures of learning tasks and assessment tasks, and to teach all students how to learn from reading and demonstrate what they've learnt in writing. So 4 components we need to work on to democratise education, in my view. Let's start with the first point. Teaching all students at the same level requires a pedagogy that's a lot more sophisticated than what currently goes on in most classrooms. It requires supporting all students in a class to succeed with learning tasks that may be well above their independent instructional levels. In Vygotski's terms, the zone of proximal development is wider for less successful students, but it's still extended for the most successful students. So guided practice with high-level tasks is more effective learning than independent practice at low-level tasks. As a result, weaker students make much faster progress than they do with activities at their instructional levels. If the guided practice with high-level tasks is repeated, the growth of top students accelerates, but weaker students can accelerate at more than double the rate of top students. And that rate of accelerated growth is essential if the gap is going to close. It's not enough to have the bottom students growing at the same rate of the top students. They have to develop faster than the top students if they're going to catch up. Another way of looking at this kind of practice is modelled to guided to independent practice. Standard teaching practices either provide insufficient modelling for weaker students to succeed with high-level tasks, or they move too quickly to independent practice without sufficient joint practice. Genre pedagogy aims to provide not only explicit modelling of learning tasks, but repeated cycles of joint practice in which students are guided to do learning tasks successfully with the teacher's support before they're expected to practice independently. And we've seen some beautiful examples of this again this afternoon, what children can produce through these cycles of highly supported practice. To design effective support, teachers need to be able to analyse the nature of learning tasks, To this end, we've provided them with a generalisable model of learning activities that has the learning task at its core. So this model assumes that learning occurs through the task. Only the learner can do the task, the teacher can't do it for them. But in education contexts, tasks are usually focused for the learner by a teacher's question or instruction, or by a written instruction. The learner's task is then almost always evaluated, or potentially evaluated. Bernstein tells us that the key to pedagogic practice is continuous evaluation. Continuous evaluation. There's no escaping it. So the nucleus of a learning activity consists of the learning task, its focus, and the evaluation. But learning is most effective if the task is done successfully. If the learner continually fails, the capacity for learning is shut down. To do a new task successfully, learners need to be prepared in some way, either directly by a teacher, by their prior experience, or by an author speaking through a written text. An optional initial phase of a learning activity is thus to prepare learners for the task. And once the task is done successfully, it opens up the capacity for another step in learning, which may be the next step in a task sequence, or it may be a higher level of understanding. So we call this optional phase elaboration. So the sequence of prepare, focus, task, evaluate, elaboration can be represented as a cycle that's repeated through a lesson or a sequence of lessons. And as a lesson or sequence of lesson unfolds, the elaboration of each cycle provides a platform for preparing the next task. In this way, learning is accumulated in what Jerome Brumer called a spiral curriculum. Accumulating knowledge, accumulating skills in a spiral. So these learning cycles are the structures of pedagogic activities at the levels of curriculum units, of lesson activities, and of learning cycles within each activity. So in this diagram here you can see we have one box there called pedagogic activities, and we can analyse pedagogic activities at these three levels: curriculum unit, lesson activity, learning cycle. But pedagogic activities are only one dimension of what happens in classrooms. Pedagogic activities are enacted through pedagogic relations between teachers and learners. And as we've said, the aim of genre pedagogy is to engage all students equally in classroom learning by giving them continual success. Thirdly, pedagogic activities are conducted through various pedagogic modalities, as we saw this morning in these beautiful presentations about different modalities, including speaking and listening, reading and writing, viewing and manual practice. And finally, what's created through these activities, relations and modalities is both knowledge and learner identities. The knowledge that learners acquire includes both the curriculum topics and knowledge about language, or KAL. So this is a kind of global map of what goes on in a classroom. Francis Christie has called the configuration of learning activities and projected knowledge a curriculum genre. A curriculum genre is what goes on in classrooms. Rose and Martin, in our book Learning to Write, have expanded this model to include pedagogic relations, modalities and learner identities, and it's a powerful model for analysing and designing teaching practice. First of all, the analysis of pedagogic activities. Where am I up to? Enables teachers to design effective preparations. Okay. Elaborations and sequences of learning cycles. Secondly, where am I up to? The analysis of pedagogic relations enables teachers to design the exchanges they have with their classes, to actively engage all students in the conversation. Thirdly, a genre-based analysis of pedagogic modalities enables teachers to select and analyse the texts they use with their classes and plan how to discuss them. And finally, a genre-based analysis of curriculum fields enables teachers to plan how to build knowledge of both curriculum and language. So, in order to understand the tasks of reading and writing, teachers need to understand how language works. And fundamental to that understanding is the stratified model of text in context provided by functional linguistics. But teachers don't need to be drilled in linguistic theory to recognise the model. All children know that language is made of words. When they learn to read and write, they realise it's made of sentences, and as teachers we know it's made of text. So we've got 3 levels to language. And texts just don't float around on their own, they come in social contexts, including what they're about, who's involved, and what their social purpose is. And this simple introduction gives us 4 levels of patterns. Patterns of letters in words are called spelling. Patterns in words and sentences are called grammar. Patterns of meanings in text are called discourse. And these patterns of patterns of patterns explain the tasks of reading and writing in terms that teachers can understand. Recognising letter patterns in words is called, recognising letter patterns in words is often called decoding. Recognising meanings of words and sentences is called literal comprehension. Recognising connections between meanings across a text is called inferential comprehension. And recognising connections between meanings in texts and one's own knowledge and values is called interpretive comprehension. And this is a model that can put teachers' existing understandings into a theoretical framework that's based on our understanding of knowledge as strata, levels of language and social contexts. So together, our model of learning activities and our model of language comprehension can help us analyse and redesign teaching and learning in classroom discourse. The example here focuses on which students are being addressed by the teacher and respond to the teacher, and each phase of a learning cycle. This is a Year 1 class in the activity of shared book reading, in which the teacher reads a picture book to the class and discusses it as they go. So here the teacher reads the first sentence: "Long ago, in a faraway land, lived a widow and a son Jack." Then she turns to the class and asks a focus question. "What's a widow?" Which is an interpretive question. The student's task is to propose an answer from their own prior knowledge. Then she gives them a clue, pointing to the picture. "Looks like a lady to me." So what she's doing here is what she's been trained to do in progressive early years teacher training. She's been trained not to give answers to the children, but to make them think for themselves. The theory behind it is cognitive psychology. So when she says, "It looks like a lady to me," she believes she's modelling a cognitive process of inferencing. There's no model of language in these cognitive theories. From a linguistic perspective, her focus question asks for a dictionary definition of a widow. But the clue, "looks like a lady," changes the task. She's now given a general category lady, and the task is to propose a subcategory of a lady. And that's the linguistic task that little Rihanna recognises when she proposes an old woman. So an old woman is a subcategory of a lady. She believes, she reads it as the task is subcategorising lady. But it's not what the teacher wants, and Rihanna is rejected. So now the teacher does something that all teachers often do when we get a response we don't want. She stops and thinks of a clue that may help the children towards the answer she wants. Is there a daddy there? But another thing she's been trained to do is tell children to use the pictures to help them read. So she's been pointing at the pictures all along. Now David takes this very literally. Because Rihanna's answer has been rejected, David assumes the correct answer is not a kind of woman, but could be the cow he sees in the picture. So you notice how he repeats the teacher's word, "looks like a cow"? I mean, these kids are brilliant. They're listening very carefully to what the teacher's saying, and they're interpreting in the best way they can in terms of what the task seems to be. They're very smart kids. The teacher's also been trained to value the contributions of all children. part of what our colleague yesterday called situational teaching. So she asked David to speak again. David clarifies it's a little cow, but now she has no choice but to reject his answer, right? Which she explicitly, no. So at this point she's forced to narrow her criteria as far as she can go without telling the children the answer. Something's happened to the daddy, which is enough for one child to propose an answer and finally get affirmed. At last, the teacher has a response which she can use to elaborate, to give a small quantum of new knowledge to the class. A widow means that her husband has died. So that's her elaboration. The elaboration contains the quantum of knowledge that we want to give the class. But to do that, we have to go through this routine of asking the students a question, and we use their response as a stepping stone to give that quantum of knowledge to the whole class, and we all do it. All of us. There are no exceptions. Doesn't matter what the ideology is, doesn't matter if we call ourselves progressives or conservatives or constructivists or genre theorists, we all do it. But there's more than just knowledge being negotiated here. When a response is not affirmed by the teacher, it's been unsuccessful, and the child has failed at the learning task. The task is to respond to the teacher, to propose something from their own experience. So they've failed. Only one child out of a class of 20 or 33 children is affirmed in these exchanges. The other children either don't engage or their responses fail. It's very fine to talk about valuing all children, but this is the reality of classroom discourse. No matter what the ideology, as I said, it constructs a hierarchy of success and failure. So let's have a look. We'll go up a level, cementing the hierarchy. So the curriculum topic in this science class is biology, specifically the little hairs in our breathing tubes called cilia. You can see the teacher's focus questions here are again interpretive. He first directs the question to individual students A and B. Okay, B, what are the cilia? What was it? Neither are able to respond. See, he asks A, no? So the fact that that student hasn't responded means he's failed at the task, he's been rejected. If you're not affirmed, you're rejected. All children know that. It doesn't matter how nice we are about it, the children know that wasn't the right answer. The teacher then, he redirects the focus question to the whole class in the next little cycle. Someone must know what they are. Students C and D respond, but only student D's answer is affirmed by the teacher repeating his answer. The teacher then uses this student's response to elaborate with more information about the function of cilia hairs. So the same pattern we saw at the beginning of year one is precisely the same in the high school science class. There are very common patterns in classroom discourse all over the world, as Robert Alexander's enormous study has shown us. All teaching operates with a tacit assumption that learning happens through tasks. All of us work with this assumption. School teachers know that the task of learning from an hour-long lecture is too hard for most students. So we break up the task of learning into small segments. Teachers also know that new knowledge must be built on prior knowledge, so all of us use this technique of asking questions that focus on students' prior knowledge. We then use their responses to provide a small segment of new knowledge. I think this is an extraordinary skill that all teachers possess, all over the world. Moment by moment in the classroom, we're thinking through how to plan our focus questions to get the responses we need in order to provide this quantum of new knowledge in the elaboration. What's even more extraordinary is when we get a response we don't want or no response, we can often rephrase our questions to prepare students for the response we want. Don't you think that's an extraordinary skill? Where do we learn to do it? It's the very meat of teaching in classrooms all over the world, but teachers are not trained in how to do it. All of us acquire this complex skill tacitly through experience, first as students and later as teachers in the classroom. Yet it's not only the fundamental mode of exchanging knowledge in the classroom, it's the fundamental mode of positioning students on the ability hierarchy of success and failure, of shaping their identities as successful or failing learners. This shaping of identity is achieved through thousands of cycles of focus questions and evaluations, from the beginning of year one, beginning of kindergarten, I should say, all the way through school. Hundreds of times a day, thousands and thousands of times. When we look at classroom discourse with our stratified model of language, we find that most focus questions are interpretive, demanding students' prior knowledge. This practice immediately sets up a difference between students, a hierarchy, as some students are more confident to propose a response from their prior knowledge than others. If their response is what the teacher wants, they'll be affirmed before the teacher elaborates. These students have understood the teacher's question, they're able to infer a response that the teacher wants, they're affirmed, and they're thus maximally prepared to acquire the quantum of new knowledge in the elaboration. These are the 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 top students. The teachers say consistently respond to their questions, but it's what's happening with the other students. Again, teachers know that learning only happens through doing the learning task. We hope that other students will be able to learn from the conversation we have with a few top students, but we also know that many aren't engaged at all, and naturally this is a concern for most teachers, so we often try to direct our focus questions at individual students, particularly those who are least engaged. So here's a typical example, where the teacher asks students A and B in order to engage them in the learning conversation. Unfortunately, they can't answer the interpretive question, so the teacher turns to the other students who can. Students A and B have failed at the task of responding to the focus question, as they've probably failed thousands of times before, and each timely failure contributes to shaping their identities as less successful learners. This pattern starts on the first day of school and continues for 12 years. So it's not surprising that teachers struggle to get more than a handful of students responding. They're thoroughly socialised in it by the time they've finished year one. So these patterns, they're not only the primary mode of stratifying students' engagement in classroom learning and of shaping the learner identities, they also function to stratify the acquisition of knowledge. Only the most engaged and responsive students get the full benefit of the teacher's elaborations, and the least responsive get little benefit. So it's highly functional in maintaining stratified, unequal acquisition of knowledge in the school. The inability of teacher education all over the world to train teachers to overcome this problem helps to explain why education outcomes remain so unequal, whether the ideology is liberal or progressive or conservative. So what progressive, liberal, constructivist, critical theorists simply demonise classroom teaching as teacher-centred, and they advocate reducing the teacher's authority through means such as group and individual learning activities. But as we've seen from Hattie's research, the results are pitiful. So these positions are actually no different from conservative positions in ignoring the reality of classroom teaching, of failing to train teachers to engage all students and leaving them to acquire classroom teaching skills tacitly. By this means, teachers simply reproduce much of what previous generations have done, and that exerts a dragging inertia on the system, preventing significant change. I know that the room is full of teacher educators, and there's quite provocative things I'm saying about teacher education, but my colleagues in teacher education often come back to me and say, well, we give them these knowledge in the teacher education, but when they get into school, it falls away and they get sucked into the school culture. But actually that's precisely what the teachers say about the children. We taught them, but they didn't learn it. So here's an example of a different kind of pedagogy. It's one you'll recognise as a detailed reading activity. The focus of the activity here is on discourse semantic patterns that build a field of the text. In this activity, every focus question is addressed to an individual student, but the focus question is carefully prepared so that any student can answer it successfully. Focus questions are not initially interpretive, rather they ask students to identify words in a text that all can see. So all we want is the literal words that are in front of you. They're prepared by generalising or paraphrasing the meaning of the words in the sentence. So the questions are primarily literal or inferential, and every student can answer successfully. So in this way, all students are engaged, successful and affirmed, so that all students are able to benefit from the elaborations. The first focus question here asks students to identify a participant, not using abstract linguistic criteria, but the criterion is concretely embedded in the meaning of the sentence. Who felt or heard this earthquake? It's easy for Benita and every other student to identify the specific word people that instantiates the category who, which the teacher affirms and then directs the whole class to highlight this specific word. And once everyone has highlighted people, the teacher asks Anita to identify the word that specifies which people, affirms her and directs the class to highlight both these words, those people. On this semantic foundation, all students are prepared for the discourse function, which is defining a group. So it's identifying a group. It's not all, only a small defined group, those people. Its significance is that this group of people is distinct from a previously mentioned group in the story who are asleep, which the teacher is drawing the class's attention to. So she's drawing their attention to a discourse pattern that she's going to elaborate on further in the next phase of the cycle. But she doesn't stop there. She adds some functional meta-language to the elaboration. She names the word those as a pointer, which Halliday calls a deictic, but pointer is an English word, so it's easier for kids to remember. Elaborations in detailed reading are the perfect opportunity to introduce and reinforce meta-language, embedding it in literacy learning instead of teaching it in isolation. In the next cycle, the teacher first prepares by telling the class the interpretive meaning of the next words, why those people heard the sound. A focus question repeats the same interpretive meaning, but all Tan has to do is identify the next words in the sentence. Why did those people hear it, Tan? They were awake. Right, they were awake. So let's highlight awake. By this means all students in the class can see the words and understand the interpretive meaning because the teachers told them what the interpretive meaning is. That's why they heard the sound, because they were awake. Again, this level of understanding forms the basis for all students to comprehend the field that's implicitly constructed by the author. The inference is that the earthquake started too quietly to wake people up, but rapidly got louder as it approached. In this way, the teacher guides all students in the class to identify wordings and sentences, but then uses their success to extend their comprehension of the text to inferential and interpretive levels. And this is the beauty of working with written texts. Overwhelmingly, teachers' focus questions draw on knowledge that are in kids' heads. And that sets up a difference between kids because kids have different stuff in their heads. But if the answer comes from a text that's in front of you, everybody can give the answer successfully, which means we don't have to rely on the top 2 or 3 kids in the class to answer us. Anyone can answer, right? Okay. Just check our time. The focus of the next one is on a technical field in science, the water cycle. Again, the teacher prepares with the context, and the general meaning she's after is something else that the water is doing. A focus question to Alex gives him a precise position cue so that he cannot give a wrong answer. Alex can easily process the following word it as changes, the word following it as changes, which the teacher affirms by repeating it. In the second cycle, she asks him to identify the abstract entity state simply by using the what cue changes what. Again, she affirms by repeating the word state and elaborates by reminding the class of its scientific definition. Remember, state's the scientific word we use for whether it's a solid, a liquid or a gas, what form it's in. So she's using their success to reinforce their understanding, and then she directs the class to highlight the whole word group to prepare for the next learning cycle. In the next learning cycle, the teacher uses the text to reinforce students' understanding again. She guides Eamon to identify the change from liquid to water to vapour and elaborates by reinforcing that vapour is a gas. She then guides Peter to identify the change from liquid to solid to ice and then back to liquid again. As all students have successfully identified these wordings in the text, they're all prepared to understand her elaboration, which reinforces the complex scientific field discussed earlier, that there are two dimensions of the water cycle, two sides to the water cycle, as movement through the landscape and as change of state. So instead of just the 2 or 3 kids or 4 or 5 top kids in the class benefiting from the elaboration, every child is acquiring the knowledge equally. Okay, one more. In this lesson, the teacher's guiding the class to rewrite what they've learned about the water cycle using notes the class has made from their reading text. The genre they're writing is an explanation. In the first cycle, Eamon has proposed the clause, water vapour comes from trees and other plants, which the teacher affirms, but elaborates by reminding the class about a detail of the field which can be realised by the little word also. Those little words like this are very important in science. The discourse connection between this and the preceding sentence could have been elaborated here, or it could be made explicitly pointed out after the text has been written. In this joint rewriting activity, it's the students who are in control of the pedagogic modality, scribing on the board, not the teacher. Students take turns to scribe to ensure that the weaker students are actively doing the task with support. The other students are writing the sentences in their books after they've been scribed on the board. In the next cycle, third cycle, the teacher prepares by referring to the technical term they've discussed earlier, which is written in the notes. So you've got to picture what's going on in this class is there are notes on one side of the board and the teacher's guiding the class to turn those notes into a new text. The notes have come from the text they've been reading. Student 3 proposes an appropriate clause, but linked by the consequential conjunction so, which the teacher rejects. Student 4 then proposes a relative clause, which the teacher affirms, and student 2 scribes on the board, which is called. In this activity, the teacher is relying on students' intuitive knowledge about language to guide them towards an appropriate sentence structure. It would be an advantage to be able to share meta-language such as dependent and independent clauses and conjunctions, but this is a science teacher who sees this class only twice a week. Meta-language can be introduced, as we've seen, through elaborations in teaching cycles, but there are more important items for science teaching than grammatical classes and functions. For example, science teachers use the term process for technical nominalisations like transpiration, and that conflicts, if you know any SFL, with the functional term process. There are also many important terms beyond the grammar. So you can see in the last cycle here, the teacher directs the class to label the paragraph they've just written with its function in the explanation genre. As this term phenomenon has been repeatedly discussed and written during the reading and note-making, all the students are able to respond successfully. So what was this paragraph called? And they all call out phenomenon. They can even pronounce it. The teacher scribes that label against the paragraph on the board and the students all write it in their books. So it cements it, repetition, and the students are doing not just the verbal task but the manual task of labelling. Okay. Let's just go back to this circles of inclusion and exclusion in the classroom. If we think of each class as a community that exists for one school year, we can ask ourselves, what are the relations between its members? What's the structure of the community? The classroom is a community, right? It's a community that's divided by practices like putting children into ability groups and ordinary classroom discourse that includes and excludes students from the community conversation. I should phrase it as a question. Is it a community that's divided by putting children into ability groups? My own view is the community of the classroom should be constructed on the principles of equality and respect, that all students have a democratic right to be taught at the same level as their peers, to be included equally in the community, to be successful and affirmed. So this is not a right to be valued at your own existing level, it's a right to be taught at the same level as the top students in the class. It's not achieved by traditional practices which ignore the needs of less able students, and it's not achieved by progressive practices that pretend to value less able children but fail to teach them what they need to succeed. We need a more sophisticated pedagogy that gets off the pendulum of demonising one kind of teaching or another and carefully designs it so that it confronts the reality of what's going on in the classroom and makes it possible for all children to be equally included in the community of the classroom. Now, there's a whole lot more slides that I could go through, but I think I've been talking for almost an hour, right? So, yeah, so why don't we stop here? Okay, thank you.
Thank you very, very much, David. We like to, I'm sure, make some comments, ask some questions. Some of us have been practicing. Some of us see problems that you've been talking about here, especially questions like the science teacher. What should the science teacher know about language? Is there resistance? Is there... do people begin to realise and look for these, the linguistic side? And so, well, I'll be quiet and offer you the microphone.
Is that a question, Rachel?
No.
It sounded like one. Okay.
Yes, the microphone, yes. Somebody's here behind you.
As my question might be thought of as quite provocative, I'll preface it by saying I think democratising the classroom is, of course, a noble and laudable aim. And I'm from Finland, where schools are fairly egalitarian. There are no private schools in Finland, and the difference between the highest performing and the weakest schools is minimal. And as you all know, Finland does well on the PISA test. What we found with Reading to Learn, one of the many comments we got, is that it seems to exclude the bright students. They get bored.
Yeah.
And my provocative question, of course, is that instead of talking about democratisation, you could also talk about levelling out the classroom and going for the lowest common denominator.
Of course, yeah.
So how would you respond to this?
Well, it's a really excellent question, Susanna, thank you. And it's, of course, it's a question that we're frequently confronted with in teacher education, our teacher education programs. The first thing, to the first part of your question, I'm going to suggest that the top students object to this change in teacher practice, not because necessarily because it's not challenging intellectually, but they're used to getting all the attention from the teacher. They're the ones whose hands up is always answered, they're the ones who are always affirmed. Now they have to share the attention with everybody else in the class. So it's difficult for a few of those kids, but it's always a small minority of teachers. It's a small minority that come back with that question. The other side to the answer is that there are two moves to this cycle, right? There's a preparation move. The aim of the preparation move is to enable every student in the class to do the task. And the task when you're reading is simply to identify the words on the page. Right? So you set up your task, you design it so the weakest student in the class can do that task. But that's not where it stops. Because all teachers use their students' responses to elaborate. Now, you can either give the elaboration as a monologue, or you can open it up to the class. So if you open up to the class and ask a question of the class, who's going to answer? The top students, right? And that gives them the chance to perform and to be affirmed. So, and the key thing is that the elaboration contains the quantum of knowledge that you want in your teaching sequence, that you want all students to acquire. So far from constraining the top students, it extends them further. Our average outcomes for top students are 1.5 times standard teaching practices for that very reason. Thank you.
Shall I tell you something about the science teacher then?
Yes, I
can you see somebody anywhere else here? No. Something that made me very happy, we were in the seminar this last year working in groups, doing the lesson plans, and we had a group of science teachers, some were teaching in Spanish and some in English on this table, and a group of EFL teachers on this table, and some French teachers. We've got people doing reading to learn in French here too. And the science teachers, they had chosen their text and they were working on doing the detailed reading, and they're saying to me, Rachel, we need the theory. And I was thinking, oh, what do they mean? What do they want? What do they want? Until I realised they wanted the grammar of the genre. So it, comes out itself, and we talked about grammar and so on, and I gave them some readings, and they really, they said that was very useful. So, I thought, well, I was really happy about that. So
it's a question, right?
I said I'd tell you a story, yes. So, more questions?
Well, can I answer it? Just in terms, because as you know, Reading to Learn is not just a classroom pedagogy, it's a teacher training program, right? So there's two levels to it. And thanks to people like Claire, we have designed our teacher training program to build new knowledge about language and pedagogy in manageable steps. Now, the amount of knowledge about language is actually enormous. It has to start at the level of the whole text and how the text relates to the field that the teacher is teaching. So science teachers need to know about how texts in their curriculum are organised. That's important. So that's our starting point in the first workshop, right? Then they can go out and they can start analysing the texts that they're using and show their students how to write them. Then they come back and we're going to focus on this detailed reading I've just been showing you. Now they zero in on the wordings that realise the field of their subject area in more detail, and they practice using their intuitive knowledge from their subject area how to identify these items of knowledge in the text, in short passages. So that's another step. But in between that, there's this other huge body of knowledge about language, which is what I've just been showing you. So it's not about just learning the grammar of written texts, it's about teachers being able to analyse their own discourse. So we have a whole meta-language, don't we, for analysing the discourse we use in the classroom. It's not until teachers have mastered that and come back to the third workshop that we say, well, actually, there's a functional grammar that we can use to label what you've been doing intuitively all this time. And they're ready for it at that point. As you said, Rachel, they're ready for it. So,
I really value the whole framework, and I feel a little bit afraid to ask this question, but I think it's something that a lot of people who teach will be maybe have thought of. Looking at the examples, it looks like you're demonizing saying something or mistakes and labeling making a mistake as failing. And so, because it looks like the examples where you're applying your framework are all positive responses from the teacher. And on the other hand, we might think, well, what's wrong with making a mistake? And, you know, in our teacher discourse, we think that way. When a student makes a mistake, that's fine. They're learning by making a mistake. So it's just playing the devil's advocate a bit. I mean, I think I understand your point of view as well, but to bring up a thought that I think many of us might have been thinking.
I appreciate it, thank you. And you're absolutely right. I mean, we can all learn from our mistakes. But in order to be able to learn from our mistakes, we have to already have a strong learner identity that is not crushed by failure. And my concern is the children who experience failure again and again and again, whose learner identities are very fragile. So when they make a mistake, it's not something that they can learn from the same way as the top student can learn from their mistakes. When they get feedback from the teacher with red writing all over it, they don't think, oh, that's going to help me improve my writing. They're crushed. They don't even want to read what the teacher has written, because to them it's criticism. Right? That's where we started from in Aboriginal education. The Aboriginal kids that we were working with would not produce more than a couple of sentences, and always the same structures, the same lexical words that they knew would not be corrected by the teacher. They would not take risks because their identity as learners is so fragile, any mistake is crushing to them. That's what we need to overcome. Thank you. Yeah.
Hi, I should say first of all that I haven't been involved in this project, and this is the first time I've heard about the learning for reading in any kind of reading for learning in any kind of detail. And just like my first reactions are that it seems to be quite heavily featuring two things that I don't know. I don't think I'm the only person who tends to try and steer my training teachers away from, and that's it's very teacher-centred. And there's lots and lots of IRF in there. And those are two things that, I don't know, my impression in Spain is that we're kind of moving away from, and you seem to be bringing them back again. So.
Well, thanks for that question. It just gives me an opportunity to reiterate what I was saying in the talk, which is this is the reality of classroom practice. It doesn't matter what your ideology is. You may have a progressive ideology that sees IRF as teacher educators as something that's bad, that we actually need to make the students more autonomous and more proactive, more agentive in the classroom. That may be our ideology, and we inculcate our students in that ideology, but when they get into the school, it all just falls away. Because the reality of classroom discourse is these patterns, as I've tried to show you. That first class teacher was trained in that kind of ideology, and what it produces is the kind of IRF patterns where students continually fail until finally one student can produce the right answer. That is the reality. Putting children, so one of the progressive solutions is to put children into groups where they can have a conversation with each other. The problem is that we have this ability differences in the classroom. So what the solution is to put them into different ability groups. Now, we may think that that is valuing children for their own ability, but I think that's pretty twisted logic, actually, because every child in that class knows which is the low group and which is the high group.
But then my response...
Every children knows.
My response to that would be to make sure that you've got mixed ability groups so that you've got strong and weak students working together.
And when we actually video... They're all good questions. When we actually look closely at what's going on in those groups, what's going on is the same structure of inequality, because the top students invariably are dominating the conversation, and the weaker students are invariably marginalised in the conversation. And behind what's going on in the group is always the authority of the teacher. Everybody is waiting for the teacher to come back in and evaluates what's been going on in the group. So you can't actually get rid of the teacher authority. The teacher has to be the authority. It's that nature of the pedagogic relation. Without that, there's no development. There's no acquisition of knowledge. Okay, thank you.
Any more questions or comments? Good point, good place to stop. I think. Yes, no, Fausto, yes, you've still got a couple of minutes.
Move, you set it up so that every student in the class can certainly answer it. But then the elaboration, you also said, you set it up so that the more the top students can. How do you guarantee then that also the other students learn enough from the elaboration?
Well, I think what a lot of our teachers here would tell you that if you have a practice where you're ensuring that the weaker students in the class are developing confidence and developing knowledge, they become more confident to answer questions that are addressed to the class. What teachers normally do is address their questions to the whole class, which is why we only get 2 or 3 students responding. So there's nothing wrong with addressing elaboration questions to the class and allowing whoever wants to respond. The important thing is that we don't exclude the weaker students. And as time progresses, as the gap closes in the class, teachers all find that the weaker students are becoming more and more confident to respond when we ask questions of the whole class. Am I right? Yeah, okay. Does it answer your question? Perhaps. Okay. Yeah.
I just wanted to add something to Susanna's question. What David said, I mean, he left out something you always say, which is that the texts that are chosen are challenging texts. They're challenging texts for the top students as well. The progressive constructivist pedagogy depends on choosing texts that at least the top students can already read and understand, so they're not challenged. And on that basis, whether it's handouts, textbooks, or whatever source of the information is, they can then answer the teacher's questions and things can move forward. But in this pedagogy, they can be challenged as well. And then beyond that, perhaps they're not improving as much as the weaker students, but for those top students, a very small improvement is life and death, isn't it? That's getting into medical school, law school. Those are the things they care about. Give them a fraction more, you're succeeding.
And for our weaker students, they should at least be able to get into teacher education, right? All right. So it's all in the text selection, isn't it? Right? When we start looking closely at text, we realise the kind of text we need to be using. There's no point in using low-level texts because we're going to challenge the top students at the same time as we're drawing the bottom students up. Okay.
Cup of tea or something like that, okay? Upstairs, and then we have half an hour tea break, and then we have a more presentation of the project, the Teleforelli project.
Thank you. Thank you. I can't thank you enough. Thank you.
last session for today, but it's quite a long one. We hope it'll be dynamic enough, because there are going to be a number of short presentations from first Claire Acevedo, who designed and has been the mastermind, the master expert, teaching us what to do, how to do it, telling us in a really supportive way when we were doing it very badly and where we'd gone wrong. And so, we're really, she's a model in so many ways about how to run a group, how to get teachers to do things, how to get these all these supposedly becoming experts to do things. So we're really very grateful to Claire for the whole setup of this. As David was saying, she's behind really all this training program. So we're going to have, as I say, Claire's going to give us some context, and we're going to have the 5 countries very briefly saying something about what we've been doing. And our evaluator, our external evaluator, will give us a sort of more general global view of the whole project. So we'll try and be dynamic and keep it going. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rachel. And it's a great honour for me to participate in this section of the afternoon and to present to you all of our project leaders from the 5 countries, to just mention again the tremendous contribution of our Australian partners, Professor Jim Martin and Dr. David Rose, and also to be able to introduce our evaluator, Professor Caroline Coffin from the Open University in the United Kingdom. So I won't be speaking very much. I've had a lot to say, particularly in the first year of the Teacher Learning for European Literacy Education project, TEL4L, as everyone would be able to tell you. And it's been such a privilege for me today to sit in the audience, to have a very low-profile role, and to look at my colleagues and to listen to the articulate presentations of people who are now experts in this pedagogy. One of our aims was to create a group of European experts in genre pedagogy, and particularly in the pedagogy of reading to learn. And I can sit back and say, well, we've certainly achieved that goal. And it was to improve learning outcomes for students around Europe. And you can hear from the talks people have been giving that that aim is also well on the way to being achieved. And I just feel so satisfied and at the same time very sad to think that our project will come to an end as a group tomorrow, but I know the work will continue, and hopefully I'll talk to you about that a little bit later. So I'd just like to, for those of you who are not so familiar with the project, I'll just outline who we are as a group. So we, together with my colleague Ann-Kristin Löfstedt from Stockholm Education Administration, we contacted through the Systemic Functional Linguistic Network a number of educators we thought may be interested in working together on this project, and we developed the consortium. And the consortium consists, of course, of the Multilingual Research Institute from Stockholm, and you heard today some presentations that have resulted from that. The University of Strathclyde, and our project leader there is Sue Ellis, and you heard some fabulous presentations from them. The National Centre for Reading in Denmark, our project leader Clara Korsgaard, and you heard some fabulous presentations also from them. The Institute of Theoretical and Computational Linguistics in Lisbon, Portugal, our leader is Professor Carlos Gouveia, and you heard some great presentations from Lisbon. And last but of course not least is the Autonomous University of Madrid, led by Rachel Whittaker, who has put together this tremendous conference, and her team has worked tirelessly supporting her, so there's been some great things happening there. And of course Professor Jim Martin and Dr. David Rose from Australia. So our partners are all going to speak. They're going to talk about some salient aspects of the project that have come out, and I'll just outline briefly our aims was to explore literacy pedagogy based on the functional model of language, and specifically the Reading to Learn program, to improve student literacy outcomes, to develop a group of European experts, who would then train teachers in the pedagogy, to develop national networks of interested educators, which has also been achieved, to gather data about national curricula, and also to gather data about student achievement. And Professor Caroline Coffin will talk about that a little bit later. And to develop culturally adapted curriculum materials for trialling in the classroom. And so things have happened in all the national languages. It's been wonderful. And our Australian partners will develop some prototype trainer materials for training future leaders. And I can sit here and be very, very proud of the work that everyone's done, and I know that we've achieved all of these aims, and Caroline will be able to give you some insights into that. So I'll now hand over to our first presenter, is that Sue Ellis, who's the project leader from the University of Strathclyde, and she'll talk about some key elements of her project in Scotland. Which one's yours, Sue? You see the one that says Scotland? That one. You're always terribly worried that you're going to press the wrong button and it'll either delete everyone's presentations, or you'll press the wrong button and we'll all fly to the moon or something like that, you know. Thank you, Claire. We've had a great time. We've had an absolute ball on this project. And we set about Scotland is a very small country with a very distinct way of going about its curriculum. And we set about this project thinking about the evaluation of the project at different levels and where we wanted to impact. So there were issues about national policy. We've got this curriculum for excellence. We've got a big push on literacy across the curriculum. We've got a very big push on raising attainment for children who live in poverty, and on lifelong professional learning. And those are all issues that we wanted to address in the project that we did. But in Scotland, local authorities, local districts also have a very, very big say in what the curriculum's like. And they have to look at strategic needs. So we had some people on our group who were local authority people. And of course, where it really matters is what happens with schools and with teachers. And what I'm going to talk to you about is the data that we collected on this project about how teachers went about their job. We, during the project, interviewed teachers 4 times using quite a structured approach to interviewing called situational analysis, where we asked the teachers about what they were doing and the context in which that took place. We interviewed them before the project so we could get their idea about what was important to them, what mattered in terms of teaching literacy, because if you want to talk to people, you actually have to understand what ideas they hold really, really true and what they do at the moment, so that you can make some sort of judgment about how the ideas that you're presenting to them are going to actually fit, which ideas are going to be really, really in conflict that you will actually need to have a lot of discussion and will take a long time to change, and which ideas are possibly not worth arguing about at all. So we interviewed them beforehand. We interviewed the teachers shortly after they started to get an idea about the sorts of things that were issues at the beginning. We interviewed them in the middle when they were very confident, and we interviewed them in the end and asked them to reflect on what was different and what had actually worked in terms of the project. And what I'm going to talk about are what we learned from those interviews. We analysed the interviews in a very structured way using iterative thematic analysis. And what that showed broadly is, before the project, all the teachers worked to a very basic notion of literacy. They didn't have a notion that literacy was determined by the context and the purposes that people were using it for. And none of them had a notion, even the secondary teachers, didn't really have a notion of academic literacy. A lot of the teachers had low knowledge and resulting low confidence about literacy teaching.
They were noticing teachers in that they noticed the difficulties their pupils had with literacy, but they didn't actually know what to do about those difficulties. So they did what everybody does when they don't know what to do about something. They tried to ignore them, really. And we also noticed when we talked to them that literacy was positioned very differently in subject-specific pedagogical cycles. So the geography teachers, that we had 4 geography teachers on the project, and they were very sort of upfront. Here's the map, here's the video, here's the visual aids, and they taught everything before they maybe asked the kids to read about it. And what that meant is that when the kids came to the reading, there was no comprehension work to be done, because they knew it all. The science teachers were quite different. The science teachers didn't want literacy anywhere in their curriculum. Science was about doing, it was about experiments, it was about direct deduction. They didn't want kids reading at all. The English teachers were very happy to start with the text. Linda did a wonderful job with the English teachers. They were very happy to start with the text. But what we learned from them is that they were aware that there were children in their class who couldn't read the text and weren't understanding the text. But somehow they just hoped that those kids would get along. Right, so every teacher, and the primary teachers had a lot of different sorts of, had a sort of mix of those reactions, really. But there were lots of different views about how literacy was positioned. And in terms of the children, what that meant was that when we plotted, we actually did a survey with the kids in terms of their self-concept, how they felt about themselves as readers, and the value that they placed on literacy, and we plotted that against comprehension. So, and you can see, for the children who find comprehension difficult, the 50% or less, 50 to 60%, 60 to 70%, they've got quite a low self-concept, but they think it's really important to learn to read, to be able to read. By the time their comprehension improved, that situation was reversed. They thought they were good readers and they liked reading, they just didn't think it was something that was worthwhile. And when you think about how literacy is being positioned by a lot of those teachers, you can actually understand those results. Afterwards, things changed. They understood about basic literacy and the fact that basic literacy wasn't enough, and they had a much more sophisticated understanding of what learning to read and write actually involved and the development of that. And they were much more proactive and inclusive and much more aware of the need to be that in their teaching. They were both more knowledgeable and more confident, but they were also more empathetic and responsive. Through our analysis of the teacher interviews, we could pick out from the teacher interviews the things that really levered change and accelerated change in the classroom. So, the things that accelerated and levered change were the idea of tailored advice. We had an English teacher going in to talk to other English teachers, a geography teacher talking to other geography teachers. And the subject specialists in the secondary school, a primary teacher talking to primary teachers, they really appreciated that. We tailored the knowledge quite carefully. We did an audit of the genres that were used in that particular subject area or in that particular school and classroom, and started the teachers off with that limited range of genres. So we didn't give them the information about all the genres and then say, work out which ones you use. We actually did that bit of work for them. We modelled in context what it looked like. So our staff went in and actually worked with the teachers' own classes in their own school. And we gave teachers additional information at the point of need. So the pace of change was very attuned to the teacher's own understanding and development, and their wanting to know more. That was important. We also built their pedagogical and theoretical understanding through action and reflection, rather than giving them all the theory and then telling them to go away and apply it. And we were very explicit, because we'd done those initial interviews about what teachers valued and what they liked. We were very explicit, we were able to be very explicit about where the fit was going to be and where the misfit was going to be, and we could actually talk about that with the children. The teachers liked the idea of the routines as a way in. And one of the things the other thing that's actually really interesting about the routines was that teachers said that they felt that if they had autistic children in their classroom, it worked very, very well with those children because they could predict, and it was very easy. And that's something I think that's actually quite an interesting area for further research. We did a lot of joint planning with the teachers, with a gradual shift of control, so the teachers were taking control of their own planning. And the other thing that really does motivate teachers and that levers change is when they see an impact on their students, because Scottish teachers love the kids they teach. They're in teaching because they love kids. And the level of engagement, increased engagement, was a real lever for change and an accelerator for change, as was the fact that the kids actually understood more of the subject knowledge. That was a very, very high motivating factor for the Scottish teachers in this project. And for some of the teachers, they were really pleased that the kids' literacy levels had improved. Others were just glad that they could do the literacy that they needed for their class. We also were able to identify some disabling factors. Anxiety about detracting from good exam results. We had some schools that were quite risk averse. Schools that were very high achieving schools didn't want their teachers to try anything new in case it didn't work, and that was not a good thing. In some schools there are very obviously conflicting agendas. A lot of Scottish schools have bought into environmental policies and have got very strict limits on things like photocopying, and this was obviously quite a heavy drain on that, and we need to sort of think about that. But there's also another aspect that mitigated against teachers' buy-in, and that was just, we've got a new curriculum for excellence, which has generated this myriad of initiatives, and in a sense you've got some, they're all fighting for prioritisation in the classroom. So that was it. Time is always an issue for teachers, and the view of literacy as competing with subject content, and that was it, but we did well. So, thank you very much.
Do I make it start again? Everything has gone soon. So I will try and tell you just some of what we've been doing here in Madrid. Maybe I sit down, otherwise I should be sort of crouching. Is that all right for sound too? Because we don't want to make nasty noises. So this is the report by our team. Sorry, go back. Team. Let's see our team. Yes, our team that you probably know by now. So here we are at the very beginning of the project. This was in Portugal. So 2 members who didn't continue. Well, one who was a visitor and somebody who couldn't continue because of health reasons. And so here we are. The rest of us have survived 2 years. We're still here together. We still talk to each other. So that's very nice too. So Claire has told us about the aim and the fact that we have the 2 phases. And we are over both phases now. We have done all this. We met in Lisbon, we met in Glasgow. Here we are, you see on the left, working away in some room, dark night. Yes, so I expect you're enjoying this nice, relaxing Mediterranean couple of days you've been having here too, where we just all sit in the sun and enjoy ourselves. So there we were in one hotel, and we're usually there till midnight or whatever Claire was saying, here we are always working so late. What is this? Yes, we didn't expect this. And here we are now in Madrid in our final meeting. So these were the meetings that we had and what we did in them, but I think David has told us quite a bit about the actual training course. So what you see in the middle are the contents in Spanish of the training courses. We started off with the introductory reading to learn when Claire and Anne-Christine came and talked to the teachers, talked to us. We, in the next year, ran courses, primary in the Basque Country, which Begonia ran,
ran, and we ran one here in Madrid. In fact, the primary course didn't come off. We had 2 courses planned, but we had fewer teachers, so everybody joined in the secondary course, and we went through all these the stages of the teacher training program. There was evaluation. You can see at the bottom there. I'm terrified of touching the arrow in case I could do it with this. So if on this screen here. Can't do this. I can't point it out to you. So the course was evaluated. All the teachers did a lesson plan, and they evaluated 2 texts that were produced by the students from that in implementation of that plan. This is now the summary of the professional training. We had to prepare some material. There is some material made in Chile in Spanish. What we did was do a summary as best we could for our teachers of David's material, and the teachers used this for studying, and we used it for the courses. We did a lot of work with texts, the teachers becoming aware of features of texts, the difficulties for students of the language of school texts. I think we did quite a lot of work on the features of texts. We had EFL, a lot of EFL teachers. Of course, this is a different context, so that is not the content and not the usual content subjects with their specific content genres. There's a whole different set of genres which we had to think about how we're going to work with these genres. And we also had subjects across the curriculum in English and in Spanish. And one thing that the course gave us, which is my bottom point here, how interesting this was, debating the texts of others. The teachers together were looking at these science texts and these history texts and commenting on the language and so on, what was required. This was one text that we worked at in the training course, so this was us supposedly becoming experts working on this, and that paragraph I remember that's got the red circle round took us about 3 hours to make the reading to learn detailed reading of this. In the courses in the schools, we saw the abstraction of the language of history, and then in the course 2, we worked for one of the members of the team, Isabel Bleckwa, studied with the biology teacher so that we could use this text. And everybody saw, the difficulties, and there were some ambiguities in these texts. But it was really interesting, this pooling of knowledge of the text that our students are using, because, of course, we have our little capsule of our subject, and we don't see the language and the other types of texts the students are working on. We did a lot of data collection because that's what we had to do. We're not sure if we did it quite right, so we did pre- and post-tests of reading and writing. We used the local Spanish language tests, the diagnostic text for the second year, so 13, 14 years for the reading, and the KET and PET tests for schools, because these are the tests that the students have to take. They want to go into the bilingual schools, these state schools which we have here, the big system of that. This is what we got, the productions and so on we studied, and the different types of teachers, so you'll just have to see that as a sort of impression. This was a test, so we're not interested in that. Here's an example of a lesson plan, because I think that people who haven't been in Reading to Learn courses yet haven't got an idea of how detailed the lesson plan has to be, how you have to prepare everything you're going to say so that you get the students with you prepared, and then, as David was showing us today, getting the right answers. So that just gives you a peep at that. Here's a very nice text. The first year SO, so 12 to 13 were working on fables, and this was one of the fables that the students produced. This was the individual rewriting, so they'd read a text about somebody had difficulty, one of the animals in, what was it, Maria? wolf in the sheep's clothing. And read a little bit of it. I can't see terribly well. So a frog had great difficulty in eating mosquitoes owing to her short tongue. But one day she found a party blower. She called one of her friends and she helped to stick it on her tongue. Then she tried to eat a mosquito. When she saw a mosquito, she put her tongue out of her mouth, she blew, and the party blower became straight. She could pick the mosquito. So, practicing, she soon started to get used to the party blower, and for some time she succeeded in eating mosquitoes, and she became the most fashionable frog in the lake. Practice makes perfect, because that was the moral at the end. There's a beautiful one of the cat with a difficult mew, which I hope Maria will present tomorrow. So this is now another type of text. We had global classrooms in the state schools. The students worked to go to a parliament, it's an international parliament, and they were learning to make a position paper. So this is a poorer student and not an EFL student. You can read this one. I won't spend the time. You can see how they've been working on the language of the text, and they're reproducing this with their new material that they've studied. Here's a good one. To try to eradicate poverty, we propose a decrease in the taxes for fishermen and allow them to export more fish. You can see the ages I've put up there. And then there's a sort of competition between the schools, and the best schools then go on to the next level of the global classrooms. Here they are, dressed ready to defend their position paper. And this is what they said. This is Isabel Bleckwer schools. So this was the students defending the paper. We're not going to have time to read this one. This is a mathematics question, and we are working on mathematics in Spanish. The work with making visible the language of the explanation. This is a commentary of the participant. So I think, this is really interesting. What happens in maths? Little use is made of written language, symbolic or algebraic language is used much more. Teachers insist on a verbal explanation, but it doesn't fix this in written language, among other reasons, because it also makes it much slower to get the answer. But then she says here, if you look at the red part now, the methodology is very interesting. After the experience is quite effective. In fact, it's quite like duplicating the learning process, because the students express in natural language the different steps you have to translate into symbolic language. And while they write it, really take in what they're doing. The real problem is it's very slow. But possibly the least able students wouldn't have understood anything. So this for maths, very interesting. This was another interesting comment that we got to with a very disruptive class. The teacher said, this class this was in detailed reading too, that the class that usually is messing about and dropping things and bits of paper and so on, they never dropped a pencil at all. And here the teacher said, here's a good point to end, as Anne-Christine has told me, what some of the teachers said, yes, that really it's changed the way we think about reading and writing. And a number of teachers have said this, we can't just pick up any text and go into the class with it anymore. So many changes in teachers and in students and in the learning process. So that's my bit. Thank you very much. There's lots more, but tomorrow, by the way, and Claire didn't have a chance to say anything about the fabulous texts, the fabulous presentations of the Spanish groups, because they're going to be tomorrow. So hope you'll be able to hear some of them tomorrow. So that's my guess.
Hi, I'm Carlos from the Portuguese team. There are 7 of us. They are sitting around there. António Aflar, Alzira Tavares, Fausto Caels, Fernanda Botelho, Luísa Sola and Luís Barbeiro, the 7 brave trainers. What will I be talking about here? our experience. I'll be talking about our experience with the implementation and development of the project, considering teachers' reactions to the project, trainers' evaluation, and learners' progress. Okay? Starting with teachers' reactions. When first in contact with the pedagogy, the language teachers reacted with something that can be resumed with something like that. I already do these with my students. The non-language teachers, like history, sciences, biology, maths, if I do this, I will not have the time to teach them the syllabus content. By the middle of the academic year, the language teachers were like these. This is not exactly how I have been doing it. The non-language teachers, after all, learning the genres is learning the contents of the discipline, is learning the subject. We had some difficulty, or they had some difficulty in grasping the idea that it is the language itself that works cross-cutting and not the Portuguese language classes, not the Portuguese language as a subject, okay? And this idea of the cross-cutting of the discipline in relation to the other disciplines is something that is really into the educational culture in Portugal. So we had to sort of move to recenter the question. It's not the subject, Portuguese language, it's the language itself, okay? So gradually coming to terms with the idea that Portuguese as a subject is not supposed to be instrumentive to the other subjects. It is the other subjects that need an adequate pedagogy to teach their genres and make the students aware of the importance of language in the construction of knowledge. Once understood and worked with, the pedagogy made the teachers aware of texts as complex objects that need explicit teaching of their goals and stages. And this was very important because the teachers were not aware of these, okay? They just assumed that their students were able to read and produce texts, okay? The potentiality, so they became aware also of the potentiality of interdisciplinary work. Students, for instance, students' awareness of subject and theme complementarity and of relational work. They become aware that it is possible for the students to relate subjects and work on that direction. Also aware of working along with colleagues from other disciplines, develop common didactic strategies and common perspectives on learning and teaching in different subjects. Sharing knowledge and experience with colleagues coming from different recontextualizing knowledge and discursive formations. And also aware of the development of common strategies to overcome learning difficulties and common assessment practices. Okay? A lot of hard work, but a very rewarding one at the end, as they said. Now, moving to the trainer's evaluation, the main problem was what text to use. When we started thinking about that, we just opened Pandora's box, because all sorts of problems came out, because there were problems with the text typologies in the national syllabus, there were problems in the national assessment practices in terms of text typology and what a genre is, and most of all, problems with textbooks, how to select good texts, good examples in textbooks. So this came to the acknowledgement of a research need, which is the mapping of genres in a Portuguese school. Okay, so we need to do a research project and do the mapping of the genres that are in the textbooks and that are being used in the classroom by the teachers. There's a lot to do yet, but a willingness to continue. Some aspects worth considering to continue. From 5th grade on, one teacher implementing the pedagogy in one class is good. But all the students in that class being taught by teachers implementing the pedagogy in all subjects being taught is even better. And we managed to have that in one specific group. Need to move from an experimental use and application of the pedagogy, as with this project, to a long-run implementation with the support of the educational authorities. The necessity to involve the Ministry of Education in whatever will come next. And we are making our way through, or at least trying to make our way through. In general, trainers feel that the pedagogy was entirely uptaken by the trainees, was appraised as a means to reconfigure the trainees' pedagogic and didactic recontextualizing practices of what constitutes knowledge in their subjects, and also understood as a means to establish interdisciplinary professional teams in schools, which was a very positive thing, because these teachers were not used to work together except in administrative meetings and to evaluate their students, give their marks in their subjects to the students, nothing else. Now, coming to learners' progress, I just brought you an example of a student. It's data from one student. It's a student of Portuguese as a second language, so she's not Portuguese. It's an example from grade 7. She's 13. She's originally from Guinea-Bissau, which is a former Portuguese colony in Africa. She lived in England before moving to Portugal, and she arrived in this class at the beginning of the academic year. This is an example of a text she produced when at the beginning of the academic year. I'm an optimist because I face life with a positive mode, and because I do things because I do things to win, not to lose, and I tell to myself that I'm going to win. This is a text after the implementation of the pedagogy, and she's reporting on that she's saying that she's in the Bijagos archipelagos in some holidays, in Easter holidays, and it's very hot. Then she dives. I dive, and the water is very cold. I like the smell of the beach and of the water and the rustling of the waves and listening to music and the noise people make. I see the sky, which is a very clean sky, and I see the stones and the people and the trees. It is the most happiest moment in my life. We could talk about these two texts, but I'd rather show you what the teacher of this student said or wrote about this student. She only wrote, so this is the teacher's voice. She only wrote very short texts at the beginning, often consisting of single sentence. The texts had a lot of repeated words, no punctuation, and a lot of spelling mistakes. Her ideas were often confused and not in accordance with the writing assignments. The implementation of Reading to Learn had very positive effects on E's writing development. She learned how to write from a model text, drawing on its structure and language resources. I now reckon that the traditional approach to writing, providing students with a topic and general guidelines for its development, is not supportive enough for someone like E. Working on stages made it possible for E to write better texts, although future work has to be done on phases. I feel she now has the capacity to better understand the writing assignments. By drawing on language resources explored during reading, she's also in a better condition to develop her ideas and to deliver a piece of writing that resembles a text. Despite these progress, it has to be acknowledged that the Reading to Learn strategies were only implemented for a very short time. There is still a lot of work ahead. Thank you very much.
Hello, I'm Ann-Christine from Stockholm, and my colleagues from the Stockholm team are here in the front. And maybe you can stand up and show everybody who you are. When Claire and I discussed this presentation, Claire and I have been working together with the Swedish team. We thought that it could be interesting to look at some of the factors that we think have made this project so successful. And when we have going around in the different countries, we have seen similar things, and maybe these factors also apply in the other countries. But this is what from the Stockholm project has shown. In Stockholm, we had a little different approach to the other partners, because we are not teacher educators working in teacher training institutions. So we worked with teachers becoming teacher educators in their schools. And these teacher educators that we trained are actually teachers working. But they were trained by experts from Australia, David Rose and Jim Martin and Claire, of course. So they had been modeled how to lead workshops with teachers before. And this is a picture about how we worked. And maybe it's hard to understand what it is, but the large green circle is the school. And the squares are the teachers. And one of the squares is both the teacher and the teacher educator. So they were actually working in their schools together, and then the teachers who got the training went out to the classrooms, which are the dots on the side. So this was new for us, and it was interesting to see how that would work. So you could say that it was peer-led learning and reciprocal learning for teachers and their educators. They learned together different things, and they developed the pedagogy together, how to act it out in the classrooms. And they did that through team teaching and having different workshops together in their schools. And it was very important, I think, that the training started in the teachers' practice, in what they actually did in the classrooms, and they got a model from the teacher educator, their colleague, about how they could do instead, how Reading to Learn could show them another way of doing things. And by that practical work together, they step by step developed knowledge about the theories behind this pedagogy. And as David mentioned on his presentation, after a while they were ready for the theory. They could discuss the linguistic theories at a deep level, I think. It was also important that the educators themselves had prior experience with the pedagogy, that they had acted out the pedagogy in their own classrooms as learners when they had the professional development with the expert, so they could understand the difficulties in how difficult it can be in the classroom to do something that seems very easy when somebody else is doing it. It seems so obvious that, yes, that's how it should be done, and it doesn't look difficult. But when you actually do it, you realize that it's a total different thing. So that helped to the discussions during the learning time. Another important factor was the data collection that we have had in this project. And the teachers that participated in the program collected data from their student, as we just saw Carlos showing us. The pre and post data, writing samples and reading comprehension tests. And those, the data were both, it put some pressure on the teachers that they had to enact the pedagogy, otherwise what would the data show? So they really were a bit pushed out into the classroom. But also the data was the carrot, as we say in Swedish. I don't know if you use that, but if you want the rabbit to go where you want, you should have a carrot in front of it. So the data acted like the teacher's carrot. They wanted to see the results, and it was very motivating to see what good result their teaching had. One thing that is easily, it's easy to forget to use the 10 reading to learn booklets that David and teachers in Australia have produced, especially when you have the program in another language. It's easy to forget that there are a lot of resources in those books, but the teachers, even if they are in English, at least the Swedish teachers were able to benefit from going to the booklets, reading and thinking and discussing. And many of the teachers' questions, they found the answers in the books. So that was good. But we needed to add Swedish materials as well and work, of course, with Swedish texts. So we also need to develop more materials. And a very important factor which we have found is that this change of pedagogy is supported by the school leaders. And in Sweden, I think Ingeborg is a very good example of that. And now that she has her teacher here presenting. And we have seen that if the principals take an active role in the project, there is a reduced absence at the workshops, and people are attending more, and there are fewer dropouts. And also the data sets, we get more complete data sets. So that's a very important factor. Another factor which also has to do with support is to support each other, to try to create a network among the educators so that they can support each other and share plans and ideas and resources and solve problems if problems occurs. And if problems do occur, you have to try to solve them quickly so they don't grow and become bigger. And so that means that the teacher-educator had to keep track of their teacher so that everything was working well and the teacher experienced success in their classroom. And if not, they had to try to help them and support them so that they could get on track again. So you have to plan for problems. Yeah, that was it. And now my colleague Clara Korsgaard from Denmark.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. First of all, I'm Clara Korsgaard from the National Center for Reading in Denmark. And I want to start this presentation by showing you the Danish group. First of all, we have our two teachers. We have Charlotte Ibsen and Anne Kryer. Please. No, stand up. You've seen some of them. Yes. And then the team, we have Uffe Ladegaard, we have Mette Vedsgaard, we have Vinnie Østergaard, and we have Susanne Jacobsen. Yes. Please do ask these people about details in the Danish project, or have a look at our poster outside this door to see the results from the Danish group. We are missing one person. I should mention her here, namely Ruth Mulvad from the National Center for Reading. She isn't here at this trip. Well, we have in Denmark a long tradition of teachers' autonomy to choose methods to how they want to teach in the classroom. It has been a great and long tradition, and that has been one of the great challenges in this project, to combine this tradition with the methods, or you could say the pedagogic of reading to learn. Yes, and I'm sure in the future it will still be a great challenge in Denmark to combine these two things, because it's not the way we normally think, that we want just to follow one simple method. But I'm sure that we will go on. The Danish group have decided here today that we want to show you a short interview with a Danish teacher and her two of her students. It's a biology teacher, and the students are from the 9th grade. And you can see her choices in how she has chosen something from the reading to learn and combine it with a Danish context for that particular class and in that context. So now I have a great challenge here to get the technique working. Slide. Yes. And I have asked to
Den betydning, det har for mig, det er, at jeg er mere seriøs i timerne. Fordi at før, der var jeg en person, der tegnede smiley'er i mit hæfte, og jeg ved ikke hvad. Altså, jeg var slet ikke med. Men nu, fordi at man kan godt sige, at det siger til en, at man er rigtig god til noget, man laver, fordi at man kan se det. Man kan se det. No.
Når jeg skal bruge detail reading i min undervisning, så starter jeg med at lede efter en god tekst. Og en god tekst vil sige, at den er ikke for lang og ikke for kort. Den må heller ikke være for let. Og den skal handle præcis om det emne, jeg gerne vil undervise i. Jeg kigger i de forskellige lærebøger fra folkeskolen. Jeg kigger i bøger fra gymnasiet, og den tekst, jeg har brugt i dag, den har jeg fundet i en skole for landbrugselever. Når jeg så har valgt teksten, så sætter jeg mig til at læse den. Jeg læser den flere gange igennem med hver sit formål for læsningen. Jeg læser igennem med at se, hvordan er teksten bygget op, hvad handler den om, hvad står der i hvert af afsnittene, så jeg får fundet et overblik over dispositionen og strukturen i selve teksten. Jeg laver nogle små mærker ude i margen på teksten, så jeg kan se, her det her afsnit det handler om det næste afsnit handler om det næste emne, så jeg starter med at dele den op. Så læser jeg den igennem, hvor jeg leder efter ord, og dem markerer jeg også. Jeg sætter normalt en ring rundt om de ord, som jeg tænker, jeg skal have opmærksomhed på. Og det er de nye farveord, det er også andre farveord fra biologi, og det kan også være ord, som kan være svære at forstå. Så dem mærker jeg ind. Så læser jeg den igen, og nu læser jeg den mere omhyggeligt. Jeg begynder at kigge efter, hvordan jeg præcis skal læse den op for eleverne. Hvor meget skal jeg læse ad gangen? I Reading to Learn, detailed reading fra Reading to Learn, skal man læse en sætning ad gangen, altså fra punktum til punktum. Jeg læser længere stykker, men jeg sørger for, at det, jeg læser op, har ligesom en besked. Så jeg sætter små klammer om, jeg skal læse herfra og hertil. Så får jeg bygget det hele op i de afdelinger, jeg vil læse teksten op i. Jeg kigger også, når jeg gør det her, på de ord, jeg har markeret. Det er jo tit dem, jeg gerne vil have understreget, men det er ikke altid, det er dem. Det kan også være nogen, der skal forklares og diskuteres, så det får jeg også lige ind i min sidste læsning. Hvordan får jeg henledt elevernes opmærksomhed på den? Det er også her i den her gennemlæsning, at jeg beslutter mig for eksempel, hvor mange farver vil jeg gerne bruge, når jeg sætter streger under. I den tekst, der er her i dag, har jeg brugt en rød og en blå til at markere det, der handler om meiose og mitose henholdsvis, og så har jeg brugt en sort farve for det, som er generelt for celledeling. Det er ikke altid, jeg bruger flere farver. Det kommer an på, hvad det er for en tekst og hvordan den er opbygget. Det ligger altså også i den sidste gennemlæsning, og jeg skriver det også ned til mig selv på det papir, som ender med at blive mit manuskript, hvad for en farve jeg skal bruge hvor. Så jeg har styr på det, når jeg står med eleverne.
Ja, vi får rigtig gode noter, fordi at vi får noter af de elever, der deltager, altså der har det godt med undervisning, der har det let, og de elever, der har det mindre så godt, de får mulighed for at få de samme noter som de andre, og de måske kan forstå dem bedre, end at skrive sine egne noter, fordi man ikke er god til faget.
Når så jeg skal til at undervise eleverne, så starter jeg med at fortælle dem, hvad den her tekst handler om, og jeg sætter den ind i den sammenhæng med det emne, vi nu er i gang med. Den her tekst handler om celledeling, og det hænger sammen med det emne, der hedder cellebiologi og genetik, som vi er i gang med. Så jeg fortæller altså, hvordan hænger det her sammen med den undervisning, vi i øvrigt har været i gang med det sidste stykke tid. Så skal vi til at kigge på selve teksten, dagens tekst, og vi starter lige med at kigge på overskriften. Og når vi har gjort det, så giver jeg et kort overblik over, hvad teksten i dag handler om, hele teksten. Bagefter siger jeg så, nu starter vi så på at læse den, og jeg fortæller, hvad det første lille af de afsnit, jeg har afmærket til mig selv. Jeg fortæller, hvad det handler om. Så læser jeg den højt for dem. Vi kigger på den på smartboardet, de kan se den der. De sidder selv med en tekst foran sig og en blyant. Så jeg læser teksten højt, og så spørger jeg det spørgsmål, jeg nu har forberedt mig på at stille dem. Det stiller jeg, og så svarer eleverne. De kan finde svaret i det, jeg lige har læst. Så jeg spørger kun til den lille stump af teksten, der er læst højt. De svarer, og jeg sætter en streg på smartboardet under det eller de ord, som nu bliver svaret, og eleverne sætter streg i deres papir. Så fortæller jeg, hvad det næste lille afsnit handler om, læser det højt og stiller det næste spørgsmål. Og sådan går vi teksten igennem.
Noterne kan vi bruge til eksamen, og det er ligesom at have en hel klasse med til eksamen. Det er ikke bare at være helt alene og arbejde med det, men man får faktisk en hel klasse med i det.
Altså man er tryg, når man åbner sit hæfte og ser, at det er fyldt med noter.
Undervejs møder vi jo nogle af de ord, jeg har markeret på forhånd. Det kan være et ord, der er svært at forstå. Så snakker vi om det ord. Det kan være et ord, hvor vi skal snakke om, hvordan er det bygget op. Hvad er det, der står her? Som for eksempel reduktionsdeling, som vi møder i den her tekst. deler det op for dem og siger, at der står reduktion og der står deling, og prøver, om de så kan finde ud af, hvad det mon er, det betyder hver for sig. Og så får vi forstået, hvad ordet nu betyder. Når vi så har læst hele teksten på den her måde, så skal vi til at bruge de ord, vi har understreget til noget. I en klassisk detailed reading, i reading to learn, så vil man tage de ord, skrive dem op på tavlen, lægge teksten væk og bede eleverne om at genskrive den enten kollektivt, altså fælles på tavlen, eller individuelt, eller eventuelt begge dele. Men det gør jeg ikke. Reading to Learn skriver som et af sine formål, at det gerne vil have eleverne til at kunne skrive tekster, som har den her genre. Men som biologilærer i udskolingen i Danmark, så mener jeg ikke, at formålet er at få eleverne til at skrive biologibøger. Formålet for mig og min undervisning er at få eleverne til at læse biologibøger og kunne finde indholdet og tage rigtig gode noter, så de ved, hvad de har læst. Så det, der hedder Reading to Learn, er for mig, de læser for at lære noget om biologi, når de læser den her tekst. De læser ikke for at lære at skrive en biologibog. Jeg synes, den her måde at læse tekster på, detailed reading fra Reading to Learn-metoden, er rigtig, rigtig god. Den har flere fordele. Den giver en måde at forberede sig på, så man har læst sin tekst rigtig ordentligt og ved, hvad der står. Det er en styrke, når man står med eleverne, at man selv har fuldstændig styr på, hvad står der egentlig i teksten, og hvor står der hvad. Så som lærerens forberedelse, måden at tænke på, når man forbereder sig, synes jeg, den har sin stor styrke. Man er bedre klædt på, man er bedre klar til at hjælpe eleverne med at læse teksten, når man selv har læst den så grundigt og gjort sig klart, hvad er det, jeg vil have ud af den. Så synes jeg, at måden at læse og få eleverne engageret i undervisningen er vældig fin. De vil meget, meget gerne svare. De er interesserede, de er aktive, de sidder med hænderne oppe, de er glade, de streger under, de følger med. Der er ingen elever, som bare sidder og falder i søvn. Så den er meget engagerende for eleverne. De siger selv, da jeg startede på projektet, så efter jeg har gjort det de første par gange, så spurgte jeg eleverne, er det her en god måde, skal jeg fortsætte med den, eller hvad siger I? Og de sagde, fortsæt, det er en rigtig god måde for os at lære noget på. De er glade, de synes, de lærer noget.
De deltager mere engageret i timerne. Det synes jeg er godt, fordi hvis der er kun en, der følger med i timerne, så er det jo dårligt. Altså. Man får ikke så meget viden, som hvis man havde hele klassen med.
I understand. Do you know where they are? When they're in a little folder? Well, I can't find them. Right, hello everyone. Sorry about that little delay. I'm Caroline Coffin. As Claire said earlier, I was the evaluator for this project. And it was challenging, but also a great pleasure to see the project unfold across 2 years. Can everybody hear? Okay. I'll try and look at the audience across the whole room, but I'm conscious that I might be referring to the slides here, which I can see a bit more easily. Okay, so in my role as evaluator, it was essentially twofold. On the one hand, it was to provide ongoing constructive critique and feedback, a formative role, if you like. And on the other hand, it was to use the hard evidence of the data collected to draw some conclusions. In essence, to evaluate, did this project achieve its aims? A summative function. So I don't need to reiterate the aims, I don't think, because Claire set them out and other people have mentioned them. But essentially, it was to support key educators to become experts in genre pedagogy, specifically the reading to learn approach. And on that basis, then enable educators to train teachers. And I've put in bold, to improve learning outcomes for all students, because this is really what it's about, ultimately. And especially those who are educationally disadvantaged. So reading to learn, I think you've all heard quite a bit about that now. So you know in broad terms, for those of you not involved in the project, what it is, I hope. And tomorrow you'll find out even more for those who are able to come. But I would like to emphasise just a few aspects of reading to learn, which I think are very important. Okay, to me, reading to learn, this is what I've learnt myself during the course of this project. It's not just about learning strategies and techniques to use in the classroom. If it's fully understood and fully implemented, it really is a paradigm shift. It really turns on its head, I think, a whole understanding of what language is and what language in relationship to learning amounts to, what it means. And that's actually more difficult than it sounds. It sounds quite simple. But language, as one of my colleagues said not so long ago, it's like the sea we swim in. It's so transparent, we don't even notice it. We see through it to the ideas, but we don't see it. And language isn't just a vehicle, it isn't just carrying ideas, it's actually a maker of meaning. And therefore language and learning are so intimately intertwined, you can't really talk about one or the other, it's both. And thus, the classroom pedagogy gives a lot more explicit attention than I think most teachers are used to, and most students are used to, particularly in the processes of reading and writing. But as a number of people have said, I think we have to think about learning. It's not about language, it's not about reading, it's not about writing, it's actually about learning, and these are all elements, part of that learning process. So it's not a simple professional development program, it's a lot more, I think. Right, evaluation methodology. I attended, just to give you a synopsis of what I did, I attended 4 international meetings and 1 national meeting, and I took on a role, I guess, of non-participant, quasi-participant involvement. And I used my observation, I made a lot of field notes, which I then used as a basis to feedback, particularly to the project leaders, as I saw things moving along. And I hope that was useful. I also administered some online questionnaires, 3 to key educators at key points in the process, and 2 to what I'm calling the key teachers, the ones who went into the classroom, gathered the data. And finally, I did some interviews. So I had some very rich data sources for analysis and synthesis. I had, of course, the project documentation and a number of different outputs, including the literacy profiles, which were there to guide people's implementations. I had the lesson materials, and so on and so forth. I also had the responses to the questionnaires. There were 31 key educators who stayed the length of the project. I think 35 to begin with, but then through illness and other reasons, some dropped out. And there were 98 teachers. Now, the response rate for key educators was 94%, which is pretty remarkable for a questionnaire. And for teachers, right at the end of this grueling process, also to respond, 71% was fantastic. So I'd just like to underline my appreciation to you all for completing those questionnaires, because it's been very enlightening and very useful to have that data. Similarly, I know everyone was at their wits' end trying to enter the pre- and post-test reading scores. Not a simple task at all, so again, we do really appreciate your efforts in that, because I was able to use these for the sort of large number of students involved, as well as the writing assessment scores of the pre and the post tests. So in combination, I had a very good set of data. But the real question, of course, is, did the project achieve its aims? And how can I use that data to answer that question? So to answer that question, I'm going to use, surprise, surprise, two genres. I'm going to use, for those of you familiar with the terminology, a narrative genre, and then I'm going to move to an argument genre. So a narrative, I'm sure many of you will know, essentially consists of an orientation, a complication, and a resolution. So this is the story of Tell for L from that perspective, in brief, because I've only got 15 minutes for this whole presentation. But I do want to tell the story because I think it's explanatory. It accounts for what I will then go on to argue. So rewind, 2 years ago, I can't believe it, 2011, we all met up, about 40 of us, in Lisbon, in Portugal. Very ambitious project, I thought, very complex project, 5 countries, 5 languages, 5 different educational contexts, and as I said, very ambitious aims. The group was highly diverse. There were linguists, there were teacher educators, there were school principals, there were classroom teachers, so it was heterogeneous. And everybody had very different starting points. So I felt straight away there were some complications. So number one, I'll just talk about 2 complications, to keep the narrative brief. Complication 1, I felt, was the variation in knowledge and experience. It was a strength because it created a very strong learning team with theory and practice in dialogue, fantastic, but there was a lot of variation. And for that reason, I felt there was going to be some challenging of people's conceptual frameworks, and particularly thinking forward to the teachers later on. And when I say knowledge and experience differences, that was to do with the model of language that underpins reading to learn, systemic functional linguistics. I'm also referring to genre-based pedagogy, because there are many instantiations of genre-based pedagogy. Some people had experience of some types. And then, of course, reading to learn is quite a specific approach. And again, there were differences in people's understanding. And this bar chart, just at a glance, gives you a sense of how, I'm talking about the project team, the key educators. Roughly a quarter had little or no understanding of functional linguistics. About the same number, some understanding. Another quarter informally had read about SFL, done 1 or 2 courses. And then there was also a quarter who had actually studied SFL at a higher level. So a very diverse group. in terms of prior understanding of R2L itself, again, I'm not going into the detail of these bar charts, but essentially the blue bar means no understanding. And so again, you know, at a glance you can see a lot of people, almost half, had no understanding, no experience implementing it themselves, which is important, I think, and no experience of educating teachers in it. And I think this is all important background information. When we come to the teachers, the sort of blue bars increase, not surprisingly. But again, this is just to show, you know, what the starting point for this project was and what made it so ambitious and so exciting and also challenging. So again, some teachers did have experience, but an awful lot didn't, either in terms of professional development or in terms of what they felt their understanding was, or in terms of actually implementing it. So I think what that data shows you, and I have a lot more data, so I'm just being very selective, is that very likely, as we know from a lot of research into professional learning and development, a number of people would find their conceptual frameworks, their sort of orientation to the world, to academia, to theory, to practice, would be challenged. And that can be exciting, but it can also be threatening. And it's certainly a challenge, whatever. It can also challenge, in an educational context, our beliefs about the purposes of education, our professional identity, and our sense of what it means to be an effective teacher, educator, or teacher. And I did sense at that beginning meeting there was a little bit of tension and sort of wariness, let's say. Completely understandably. Complication 2. I couldn't believe it, but we all met in Portugal and everything was hitting the news. This global economic crisis and the fallout for Europe. There were salary cuts in in Spain and Portugal. There were workload increases. There was a huge amount of pressure on everybody, therefore. And then impeccable timing in Denmark, in the implementation phase, there was a lot of unhappiness between unions, employers and teachers with, I think, from having talked to the Danes, an unprecedented move of locking out the teachers. So for a month, teachers could not access their classroom, and this was bang in the middle of the implementation. Extraordinary. But creates an interesting narrative. Okay, so just lots of consequences, but I just want to point out two things because I think they're important. Because of this context, and for other reasons too, about 80% of teachers only had the opportunity to use R2L 3 times or less in any 1 week. And some of the implementation phases were very short. Almost half the teachers only had 5 weeks or less. So you have to look at the achievements against this background. That's really important. So I've skipped over some other complications, but moving to the resolution, I've put /resolutions because I think this project, this story, had different endings for different people. And again, not surprising. If we come back to the research into professional learning and development, and I'm thinking of that first complication, big challenge to conceptual framework, there are all sorts of ways of responding. There are people who either reject or ignore the new theory and practice and they continue with their prior practice. There are people who continue with the prior practice believing that it is the new practice. There are people who select parts of and we've all done this, there are people who select parts of new theory and practice and adapt it to their current pedagogy. And there are also those who actually actively engage with and apply the new theory and practice. And I think it's fair to say from my data that understandably and unsurprisingly, different people will have responded in different ways. And that's interesting, because you can then explore, well, why, and will that change over time, and lots of questions come up. What I'm going to argue, and now I'm moving into my argument genre here, that actually all the evidence that I mentioned earlier points to this position that I'm taking. I would say that the majority of the key educators and teachers really did engage with and apply the new theory and practice. And on that basis, I would say that the project outcomes were met. Now, the degree to which the theory was applied, the depth to which it was applied, will vary. And this is just the beginning, this project. So I'm simply evaluating the outcomes in these terms, that most people engaged. You've had a lot of very detailed qualitative evidence of that engagement. And I'm simply now going to provide some other more quantitative evidence, because I want to argue this out. So, evidence, just looking at the hours spent rehearsing the methodology. Now, a lot of key educators, certainly in educational institutions, teacher training colleges, often lecture students about a methodology or about a theory. But I thought it was very interesting in this project how the teacher educators actually rehearsed the methodology themselves. And I had a fantastic video from, I think it was Claire in Scotland, where she was demonstrating her rehearsal of the methodology. That's a really key step, I think, so that educators aren't just telling teachers what to do and leaving them to do it. They're actually seeing how it works for themselves. And 75% of educators spent more than 10 hours doing this. Again, everybody's talked about the issues with finding the right kinds of texts and then analysing them and then preparing them for implementation. But over half the educators did this, between 1 and 5 texts. Teachers did more, but almost half looked at more than 5 text analysis people were. And equally, key teachers, given all their constraints, I think it's pretty amazing that almost half spent 10 to 20 hours studying and preparing lessons in their own time. No teachers, as far as I know, were sort of brought out of classes. This was in extra time, their own time. And a great number spent a lot more hours than 20, I do know that. This is self-report data, and you can ask questions about that. But when key educators were asked about the impact of R2L on different aspects of language, it shows major impact, shows some impact. And again, visually, you can, along a number of parameters, teachers the same question just to see if they agree. And again, it's relationship to learning that they were learning about, but very similar. And we could pick up from that the areas they found they were students themselves. So these are the 98 teachers answering this. I think the answers were a bit more conservative. Some simply in context where it hadn't been implemented for that long. But again, a lot felt there was at least some impact, if not major impact. And this is in terms of this nexus of learning subject knowledge and the genres connecting to that subject knowledge. So text structure, a whole range of different aspects. Element 2, I think you've already got a sense of some of the different project outputs. These shouldn't be underestimated because these will contribute to the sustainability of the project. And if we think the ultimate aim is to improve student learning outcomes, the ways, the means, the tools to continue work and texts. And at the outset, I know a lot of people in our own language and we don't have the lesson outlines and it's so much work. Well, I think one of the real outcomes of the project was to lay the ground and teacher educators. I think really the evaluation to hang on how well the students did, the distinctions within countries and across different contexts within, rather than look at the nitty-gritty of the detail, the key thing is across all countries there was improvement on reading, there was a 2% increase on writing assessment, factual writing. This is using the R2L assessment criteria, and a 14.5% progress on writing assessment, fiction. And what is also significant is then when students and the socioeconomically disadvantaged students, their growth rates were actually better than the cohort as a whole. And this is very much in line with other studies. It's fairly minimal, but it's there. And I think with more time in the implementation phase, greater growth. So we were all anxious about whether the scores would, and I know the conditions under which some people were administering the texts, assessing the text, and then inputting the scores, were have a very positive overall picture. I would really just like to move to this slide and to say congratulations to the whole project team, and particularly to Claire Acevedo and Anne-Christine Lofstedt, because honestly, you both have kept everything on track. It was highly complex, just collecting all the data, going to all the national meetings, ensuring that this very heterogeneous group understood what was needed of them, encouraging the sort of on learning through doing, not just learning about. All of this, you know, really did come, I think, from the leadership of the project. And Claire, I think Claire should have the last word. So I'm handing back to Claire because I mentioned sustainability and life beyond the project, and Claire's now going to talk very briefly about that because that's an aspect, I think, of the project. Okay, thank you.
Well, you're probably waiting for a big grand finale from me now, after all of that, but I think you can see that actually the job that Anne-Christine and I had wasn't so difficult after all, because we work with such wonderful professionals, and that has been a really positive aspect to the project. I'm starting to feel very sad now about saying goodbye to the project team, but we've developed wonderful professional networks, professional relationships, and of course really wonderful friendships. And the project has been selected by the European Union as a Comenius best practice project because we did have a monitoring, but from somebody from the European Union at our last meeting. I think the quality of the work spoke for itself loud and clear to the during the monitoring visit. So it has been a very high quality, and you can see from this conference Rachel's organised, so it has been wonderful. But thank you very much on behalf of Anne-Christine and I for your kind words, Caroline, and your applause. There's still lots of work to do, yes. There's quite a few of things Caroline had on the last slide haven't actually been, but really the TEL4L innovative work right across Europe on genre pedagogy outline of some of the initiatives that are going to happen or have already started happening, even though the project hasn't really come to a conclusion. There are many new projects coming up on Reading to Learn in Sweden. We have them more in Stockholm. Some our teacher educators are already planning further projects in Stockholm. We have projects in Gothenburg with more than 100 parts of Sweden, in Ovanåker, in Värmland, and the development of a European network for genre-based literacy pedagogy, Nord Plus project. So we're going to have a really strong network. In Scotland, we've got clusters, large clusters of primary and secondary schools from education authorities that are working on whole school genre pedagogy, positive work that already area in the project, a working party on subject-specific assessment rubrics following on from the success of the work to initial teacher training, but not just as some lectures in the training program. They're actually going to use the training of other teachers in schools. So they're going to work through the teacher trainees to. So very innovative. In Denmark, we've seen how good they are in Denmark at documenting, and the terrific video, the future cooperation, Scotland and Denmark on genre pedagogy in teacher education. The Reading to Learn pedagogy book, that's Learning to Write, Reading to Learn into Danish, and will be launched quite soon in. Oh, it's come out. It's already been translated and it's out in Swedish. Doing classroom implementation, and as Carlos outlined, they're going to have new courses of Reading to Learn, and there's a good agenda for further research in Portugal, particularly looking at the genres in the Portuguese curriculum, Portuguese textbooks, and other things in the pipeline as well in terms of projects. And in Spain, steps also to introduce Reading to Learn into pre-service implementation, of course, looking for more funding to develop new Reading to Learn pedagogy projects. If you'd like to get involved, got an idea, you'd like to develop a network or become involved, please let the appropriate team members know. Thank you very much for listening, and congratulations to all my colleagues in the project on the wonderful work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for being here still at 7:30 on a Friday night when you've probably got other ideas really, but here you are, heroines and heroes here. So thank you very much. Now the European group who has signed up for the dinner and some Spanish culture, if we can meet in the patio now as fast as possible, because we're supposed to be there already, but that's, we'll get there as fast as possible. It's just a walk away from here to get to the restaurant. And everybody else, have a good evening, and we're having this is the last supper. So, and tomorrow at 9:30 in the rooms upstairs for the parallel sessions, if you can take a decision. Okay, thank you very much, everybody.